Hey, everyone. Welcome to our final day of Roar.
Morning.
Woo!
Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry, I have lots of noise over here. So yeah, I cannot believe it's already Saturday. I'm gonna say Friday.
Where did the time go? Woo!
Uh, so glad we made it.
Yes.
Day 3,
For
Saturday
sure.
morning. All right. So I think Tracy Glenn already put in the chat that we want you to say good morning, and we want you to tell us what is your most challenging part of marketing. All right. Drop that in the chat. Now we want to know because we need that information from you so we can serve you really, really well. However, there's also another motive. We're going to be giving away some books, and I think about 6 books this morning. And the only way that your name will end up in that drawing is if you comment. So say good morning. Tell us what your most challenging part of marketing is.
Yeah, that's great. So, and also, if you could, and I posted this morning in our Facebook group, but if you could take a picture of yourself, and I did an example for you, watching Roar, participating in Roar this weekend, and post that in the Facebook group, and then also tell us either something that you loved about Roar or something that you learned that you're going to use, and put that in the post as well. That'll encourage us. It will encourage all the others that are here. And so we will do that. So we've had 2 amazing days, starting with the pre-conference on Thursday, all the way through till last night. We've heard from Erica Wiggenhorn, Shannon Popkin, Micah did her keynote last night. So many presenters. We have so much going on today. I cannot wait. Our lineup today is stellar. But is there something for one of us on the screen that stood out before we come and take their challenges of what they're learning from marketing? Something that you really enjoyed this week so far?
Well, I have to say that I love how God orchestrates the keynotes, because nobody's comparing notes and going, oh, you're going to share that scripture. But it's like yesterday, starting with Shannon, ending with Micah, they were like that. I love that.
The perfect bookends.
Yes.
Yeah. I love, anyone who knows me knows I'm all about heart, and all of us on the screen are, and it's about the heart. And marketing really is about the heart, and because it comes out of the heart, right? Everything comes out of our heart. And so I love that too, Athena, just the beginning yesterday morning and then the end, and those shiny darts.
Woo!
Thought about that like that. And it was so powerful.
That was amazing. Hey, before Carol, you say something, I'm noticing we still have some people who are just showing up as Facebook user in the chat because they didn't click on the StreamYard thing. So if you want to win a book, we have to know who you are. So you actually have to tell us in your comment who you are. Otherwise, we won't know, and then we won't know who to give the prize to. All right, Carol.
That's true. You'd have to look on Facebook. So let's go ahead and see some of the things that people are saying about what they are learning from marketing. So Julie says, engaging my audience in a way that they comment.
So they can engage back. Yes.
Yeah, interaction's huge. Facebook user, coming across as fake and self-serving.
Figuring out the audience. That's such an important thing to do.
Oh, I didn't realize that as much, like how much of a struggle that is, till we did my class yesterday. And people really do like have a hard time pinpointing the one, like the very center of the bullseye. So,
well, it's easy to want everyone to get the message and to hear what God's given you, but that's not realistic.
Right. It's the in and out way. You got to make burgers and sell them well. And that's it.
Finding followers. That is
Or
challenge.
can I just flip that a little bit and say, let them find you? So you
Ooh.
create content so that it will be shared, engage, and then they will find you eventually.
Right. Well, and even think about like yesterday when I was talking about that, Jesus didn't stay at home
Mm.
and make
Ooh.
the followers come to him. He walked the road and he
Mhm.
went and he picked them up along the way. So we got to get out there.
Amen. Getting leads to gain students for my classes. Things changed drastically since 2020. Yes.
Yeah.
For
And it seems
sure.
like there's more opportunities to have people doing online studies and classes and courses. So
Yeah. And you know what? We talked a little bit about this in my workshop yesterday of challenges and the value of challenges and how that is one of the best online Facebook challenges, one of the best lead generators. And so I think we'll probably end up having modules about that in our Redemption Press University. That's
Ooh.
Redemption Press University. What?
yes. Yeah.
So we're going to talk a lot about that tonight because at our ending session, because we're going to be doing some grand prize drawings, which will include that. And you know what? So I've told several of my classes and the groups that I've been in, but we only get an hour with you here at Roar in our classes. And there's so many of you that leave and you're still wondering or trying to figure out all the steps, or you leave and you have the steps and you're like, well, what do I do with it now? Right. And I don't have the encouragement. We are going to be starting something that has been so Athena actually kind of hired me 3 years ago to do this. And we are finally in the lane that we can offer this.
Yeah.
But Redemption Press University is going to be off the charts, and it's going to focus on marketing and helping authors sell more books and sell them direct to consumer, so you can make more money that way and you can make your investments back. And then number 2, helping people who are speaking to be able to really get those speaking engagements and be able to get themselves out there and have really good messages and talks that they can promote. So we're going to be talking about all morning, but it is going to be fantastic.
Yes.
And you're all hearing about it first before anybody else. So just saying. Okay, we need to give some books away so we can get Anita up here on the platform.
All right. So do I have a drawing?
All right. So the first book we're going to give away is actually Anita McVeigh's Because He First Fed Us. Beautiful hardcover. The subtitle is Ordinary Meals, Extraordinary Messages. Someone's going to love this.
That book is beautiful. I have it sitting on my table next to my chair in my living room, just as a decoration. So, okay, this one is blank. So I get to win it. No, I don't get it. Okay. Kim Dotson.
Hey, yay.
Hey, Kim.
All right.
Oh, you're going to love that.
All right. And since Christina Custudio is doing our keynote this morning, we're going to give away When God Changed His Mind. What an amazing story. A true story of trial, triumph, and finding joy beyond circumstances by Christina Custudio. Who's the winner?
Jill Cox.
All right. Yay.
Oh, you're going to love that book. And
another compilation that Christina has 3 chapters in. So we want to give away She Writes for Him, Black Voices of Wisdom. This whole project came out of the George Floyd incident in 2020 or 2021? 2020. Yep. So,
all right.
Yes.
Winner is Karen Hackey.
All right, Karen. Okay. And then we're going to give away She Writes for Him, Stories of Living Hope, because Sarah Cormany has a chapter in here, an award-winning chapter in here, and she's going to be teaching later today, and you're going to be hearing from her this morning as well. So who wins?
An award-winning chapter in an award-winning compilation.
Yes, that's true.
There you go.
That's
Elizabeth Abshine.
All right.
Yay.
And Phyllis Mantelli, who will do our 10-minute tip tonight before Carol and I do our keynote. Unmothered, life with a mom who couldn't love me. Oh my gosh, this is such an amazing story of redemption.
All right.
All right.
And that goes to Haley Craft.
All right. Yay. And then we are going to give away a copy of Carol's Ezra, Unleashing the Power of Praise, a 7-week Bible study that is spreading all over the country. Bible Study of the Year, given by 2 different award contests. So,
Yay.
the winner.
And if you want to know about Reach, this study is now being done with someone, I have no idea who she is, in Nazareth, not Nazareth, Texas, Nazareth,
Woo!
over there in the Middle East somewhere. All right. Healy, Ikerd. I don't know.
Liquor. All right.
There's only one here.
Yay.
And the last one is the relaunch of my Full Circle Coming Home to the Faithfulness of God, which depicts my 13 years of spiritual abuse and how God redeemed all of that plus some.
All right. And that goes to Ayoko. So yay. Super exciting.
Yay.
All right. Well, let me go ahead and pray us in, and then we will bring Anita up to the stage. Lord, thank you so much for this day, for all that you have to provide for us, Lord, as learners and wanting to take seriously this message you've given us. So, Lord, I just pray a blessing over every person here, over the technology, over the speakers, the faculty, every aspect right now in Jesus' name. Just ask for your blessing in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
All right. So let me give Miss Anita a proper introduction. All right. Anita Hinkleday McVeigh is the author of Because He First Fed Us, a light-hearted devotional highlighting ordinary meals found in the Bible that reveal extraordinary messages. Anita is a Midwest farmer's daughter who was raised on a steady diet of faith, family, and food. She and her husband, Marty, live on an acreage in central Iowa and are thrilled to be new grandparents. Woo! Her favorite way to express love for others is through cooking, gardening, and the practice of hospitality. And she is going to be sharing today what some call coincidence or luck, Christians recognize as a nudge or wink from God. Some of her greatest marketing moments have been undeniable God winks, and you're going to hear those stories and tips as she is watching for his next wink. So, Anita, so great to have you with us.
Good morning, Athena. How are you?
I am doing well. Thank you so much.
Good.
And I am going to release the digital stage to you, my friend.
I'll do my best.
You will.
Thank you. Good morning from Iowa. It is a rainy, blustery day, and in true wonderful fashion, I have a fly buzzing around my head this morning. So if I swat at something, I'm not completely crazy, okay? So I'm grateful for everyone who's here, and I'm grateful for the ladies asking me to do this. If any of you are feeling overwhelmed, I'm with you. This is new for me too, but I do have something wonderful to share with you. So we're going to go ahead and get started on that. As Athena mentioned, I have come to fully, and probably not even fully, understand the benefit of a God wink. And so I'm going to talk to you a little bit about that. There's a book from Squire Rushnell that's called When God Winks at You. And the subtitle of this book is How God Speaks Directly to You Through the Power of Coincidence. And I have experienced this from the very beginning of my book, which I never set out to write. A series of God winks led me to that. And I have experienced it ever since. And that has been my greatest joy in marketing this book. I think as Christian authors, we definitely feel like, we want to give God the credit, and we want to have faith that he is going to lead us where we need to go. And he will, but we have to do the hard work. And you've heard that already, and I'm sure you're going to hear it even more today. But it's hard to put ourselves out there. It really is. But what I've experienced in just getting up that courage and getting out there is these undeniable God winks along the way. So I know that he is preparing a path. He has a campaign behind my book. I need to keep going forward. I need to pray, and I need to put myself out there. But he is before me, behind me, above me, below me, and holding me all the way through it. So I'd like to share with you just a couple of stories that I've experienced as I've been marketing my book. My book has just been out almost 2 years, which has flown by and just brought a ton of opportunity to me. So the first story is one that happened because of a little eavesdropping over a Godfather's pizza. Now, I don't know if all of you, probably not. I think it's more of a Midwest thing, but Godfather's Pizza is like my favorite chain pizza anywhere. And my husband and I traveled to a small town west of us to meet my mom so we could celebrate my husband's birthday. And we were sitting in this Godfather's, notice Godfather's, and we were pretty much alone. It was the three of us at a table, and then there was a lady in the corner, and she was just eating her lunch, no big deal. Well, my mom has terrible hearing loss, and so her hearing aids do a lot, but I have never had a problem speaking loudly because I'm usually trying to help her hear. And we were talking about my book, and this was about a month before my book was going to be released. And she was excited, and she wanted to know how things were going, and we were talking and talking. And pretty soon this lady got up, and she came over to our table, and she said, "I'm sorry for eavesdropping, but did you say you wrote a book?" And I smiled and I said, "Yes, and I don't consider it eavesdropping when I speak as loudly as I do." And she laughed and she started talking. She says, "I have a group of ladies that I'm sure would love to have you come and speak to us when you're ready about writing a book and the process and all this stuff." And I was floored. I had like my first speaking engagement before the book was released, all because a lady in a Godfather's overheard my conversation. This lady has purchased more books from me to give away as gifts to other people than I mean, she's well over 40, 50 books. And she just keeps texting me and saying, "My stash is getting low. I need a few more." And every once in a while I say, "Well, this batch is on me." It's because, that personal connection is incredible, truly remarkable, and sent from God. And so that type of relationship building, completely unexpected, is the thing that carries me through some of the times that maybe aren't so great. And they will happen, and that's okay. But we have this opportunity to pay attention and to follow along and get excited about what might happen. And I'm going to share my second story with you, and that is one of those more disappointing opportunities. I had a friend, a fellow blogger that I had gotten to know that had released a book. And I would see on Facebook all the places she was going for book signings and stuff. And so I just reached out to her and I said, "Do you have any recommendations for me?" And she said, "Yeah." She says, "The public libraries." Okay. So she said, "Here's a couple that I did recently." And she goes, "This one's in a really small town, but I went there, and I didn't know what to expect. I put a box of books in my car and I thought, well, we'll see. She goes, I couldn't believe it. I sold like 85 books that day. And I was like, really? I was surprised too, in this small town library. She goes, so make sure you stop there and contact them and stuff. So I reached out to them. They were great. They said, you bet, let's set that up. We did. It was early June this summer. And I went there with my box of books. I left some of them in the car, and it was a 2-hour session, book signing. And I got there, and the librarian and I got it all set up, and we were talking, and then the time came to start, and it was pretty quiet. That's okay. I'm telling you, no one came. Not one person. Well, that's not true. There was one person that came in the library. She saw that I was set up over there, and she avoided me like the plague. So the librarian and I were talking, and I was looking at other books, and it was wrapping up. It was getting about 20 minutes left in my session. And these two girls walk in, and I later find out they are 11 and 12-year-old sisters. And they kind of walked around and they looked at the librarian and they said, we're bored. We're bored. This summer is, and they're like a week into summer and totally bored. And she was talking with them and they kind of were looking around, and I said, well, if you're bored, come talk to me because I'm bored too. And the librarian just kind of laughed good-naturedly. And the girls kind of looked, and the librarian said, well, you should talk to her. She wrote a book. And they were so surprised. And they were like, you did? And they come over, and I'm telling you, this 11 and 12-year-old girl sat down and asked me questions for 20 minutes. They asked me what kind of book it was. They saw my son's illustrations in the book, and they were so intrigued by that. And they asked, who did it? And wow, that's cool. Is he young or older? And just general questions. And the questions soon gave me the idea that maybe these girls had never seen a devotional, which, they're pretty young for that type of thing. But they also didn't have a lot of understanding of the Bible. And so we just sat and went through the pieces of the devotional, and I pointed out how the scripture was highlighted and the Bible verses location, and talked about how this book is about my memories from growing up and from raising my boys, all centered around meals and food. And they talked about their mom and their family. And, the time was just about up, and I said, I would like you to have one of these books. And they were they're like, for free? And I said, yes, I want you to take it home. And this summer, you might find some time to read some of them. I said, I hope you find something in there that you like. And they were like, just so grateful and so excited. And I was getting my stuff together. And the girls turned around and they said, would you like some help carrying your stuff to the car? How sweet is that? They helped me carry all my stuff out to the car, and they went on their way, and I headed out. I had sold no books. That's not true. The librarian bought one book for the library, and I gave a book away. And I went home, and I knew that God had brought those girls in that day. I didn't know what was going to happen. That book may never get opened. That's up to God. God had it. So I went through the whole summer thinking about these girls every so often. And at the end of August, I finally just sent a message to that librarian, and I said, you may not be able to tell me this, and that's okay. But have those girls been back in? And if so, do you know if they've enjoyed the book? She wrote back right away, and she said, oh, yes. They've been in many times. We've had many discussions and read your devotions together. We've talked about the Bible. She goes, those girls have a hard life, and most people don't give them a lot of time. So thank you for being kind to them. And I thought, what an incredibly simple thing to do. And to have that kind of a result was, there's my fly. To have that kind of result was just pure joy. And since then, I have continued to pray about any of my opportunities, whether they're small book signings, bigger speaking engagements, if there's nothing going on, and I'm kind of waiting for the next opportunity, praying that God will make me aware in those moments, and that He would bring me the people He wants me to meet when I go out. That I would recognize them, that I would look for them, that I would have the grace in that moment, because sometimes it does get hectic. These book signings and stuff, you're talking to people, you're signing, you're taking money, you're keeping things straight. To be in the mindset of looking for people that God wants you to connect with. So I think there was a question on the sheet, the first one was with Godfather's Pizza. The second one was the discouraging book signing with a happy ending. And then the key to recognizing the God winks along the way of your marketing process is prayer, praying in advance, thinking about it, looking for the people that He brings to you. And so I think with that, I am wrapping up, Athena.
So good. Just
Thank you.
God, we think naturally, well, I want to sell 85 books like that other person
Right.
did. And God totally turns it into ministry time.
Yes.
Mm.
Yep. So
It's so good and such an encouragement to everyone just to be looking for things, because so often we're so busy in our own lane that we don't take the time to recognize, like, oh, this encounter is actually something that God brought my way.
And this is, two of a half dozen to a dozen stories in the last year where this type of thing. I just went to a book signing in Minneapolis, and the lady pulled me into another room, and standing there was one of my church friends from 20 years ago that I hadn't talked to. We were friends on Facebook, and I didn't know that she was at that church. I didn't know that she would be there. And we got a few minutes to just hug and reconnect. So there's wonderful, wonderful stuff waiting.
Yeah.
And stuff is a technical term that I like to use.
I love that, Anita. It was so good to have you with us today.
It's good to see you, ladies. It's been
a
too
long time.
Yes. Yeah.
Wow.
So.
Well, thank you so much for sharing, because, sometimes things can just be insignificant, and we think if it's God, it's got to be big and, loud and impressive. And that's not who He is.
Right.
I love that. Thank you so much because that is the kind of thing we all need to journal, record, document. So when we're discouraged, we can look back and go, yeah, thank you, Lord.
Amen.
You could do a book on that. A compilation of God winks. I love it.
Yeah.
The book is really, it's probably going to come. Oh, it is good. Really amazing. And that's exactly what it is. Was he started documenting stories he was hearing from people, and it's terrific.
So good. And Anita, you also, because I follow you on Instagram or Facebook or one of the platforms, and you have Picnic Food Life, right? Is that
Picnic Life Foodie? Picnic Life Foodie.
You guys, you need to follow her, because she has so many fun things that she puts out there, and like just the way that you just even arrange the pictures and all the things that you do are so beautiful. But you have a cookbook coming out too. I saw.
I do. I'm working. It's in the process. I'm like in that anxious phase now of timing. I created just a small paperback, and then it'll be available as an ebook too. And it's a companion product to my devotional.
Very good.
And so since there's 30 devotions in the book, there's 30 recipes in the booklet, and each of the recipes has a direct tie to each of or one of the devotions.
Nice.
And then each one of those ties has a little blurb kind of leading you between why the recipe connects to the devotion.
Very
And
cool.
that is actually a trick that I picked up, not really a trick, a tip, in North Carolina at the
Blue Ridge?
Yeah, no, at
North Carolina Christian Writers Conference.
no, the Book Expo.
Oh,
The Product Expo, Christian Product Expo. Sorry. And I can't remember who was presenting that day, but they talked about thinking about companion products.
Yeah, and Athena actually talked about that yesterday and how to do companion products here at Roar.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's a great way to, especially once your book's been out for a year or two, to be able to create that product that's going to have them point to each other, because now you have double traction going out there to promote your book both ways.
Yes. And so that was kind of, it's one of those things when you're in these conferences and taking all this, there's so much going on and you're taking notes, but it doesn't leave you.
Right.
Something else will wink at you and get you going. And it's been a lot of fun. I had a lot of people when the book came out, they were like, oh, there's no recipes. And so after a few of those, it's like, maybe I need to do something with recipes. So yes.
Very cool.
But I'm excited.
Yes. Well, thank you so much for being with us today. It has been delightful to have you. We knew you would have some great content to share, and that was very encouraging.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity. I hope everyone enjoys the rest of their day.
Amen. All right. So I'm going to go away and you're going to introduce Christina, right?
I thought you were, but I am. So
you're up.
There we go. All right. So I get to introduce you to one of my dear friends. Everybody's one of my dear friends, but she really is one of my dear friends. Christina Custudio. So Christina is a gifted speaker and author, and she truly is. She is also a teacher, a photographer who takes amazing pictures. And whatever she is called on any given day, Christina is a wife to Ozzy and a mother to 3 young adults. On September 8th, 2015, her son's near-death experience changed the trajectory of her life and became the launch pad for both her ministry and her book, When God Changed His Mind. She is passionate about leading others to find joy, faith, and hope, regardless of their circumstances. She loves connecting with others by using her gift of transparency and authenticity. So welcome to the stage with me, Christina Custudio. Hi, my friend.
Good morning. So excited to be here.
So good to see you. And yesterday, you had a fun day. Tell everyone what you did yesterday.
Oh, I went wedding dress shopping with my oldest daughter who's getting married next year, and she found a dress. It was the only dress that actually made me emotional. I hadn't been emotional the whole time, and she put that on, and whew.
I love it. Well, we are looking forward to hearing from you, my friend. So I'm going to give you the stage, and let's hear from Christina.
Thank you. Confession. I have struggled with this word hustle. I've never liked it. I pictured these guys, these swindlers on the street, women on the corners, all the trickery that goes along with that. The word always seemed so carnal to me. How in the world could I ever reconcile the word hustle in my life? I thought, there is no place for this word in ministry. Until a couple years ago, I heard Erica Wiggenhorn say something about the holy hustle. Oh, wait a minute. I could get behind a hustle that was holy. And I could also look at it from the viewpoint of the definition to hurry or bustle. And I think Carol mentioned that yesterday. But there is a great urgency to let as many people know the good news of our Lord and Savior as possible. We don't know exactly when the end is, but it feels so very near, doesn't it? And we want to see as many people as we can enter the kingdom. So it's time to hurry up and get this kingdom work into gear. So how do we keep the hustle holy? We've been asking that question all weekend. Are we holy? Well, 1 Peter 1:15 through 16 says, "But just as he who called you is holy, so be holy in all you do. For it is written, be holy because I am holy." So because he is holy and lives in us, we too are holy. It's important to know who we are in the Lord. We can't communicate the way he's called us to unless we understand and live this out. So today I will be talking about authenticity in marketing. But before we get into it, I want to get a few things out of the way. I know as I've worked to live out my calling, the evil one has often whispered in my ear, "Who do you think you are? You're not good enough or smart enough for anyone to listen to. No one is going to help you. They don't want what you've got to give." Is that familiar to anyone? So I struggled to believe I was even worthy of putting myself out there. I compared myself to all those influencers out there who seemed so professional, and as far as I could tell, had it going on. On days when I would feel an ounce of confidence, I would try to do what they did the way they did it. But I could never keep it up because I've learned that we will never succeed at being who God has called someone else to be. All of the feelings of doubt that this is what you've been called to will continue to appear, but you must armor up each day in his word and fight for the truth of who God created you to be. I've come to accept some truths. I know that on my own, I'm nobody. I'm not any more special than anyone else. However, I know that my God is everything, and he lives in me and you. That is enough. That is what makes me who I am and you who you are. That is what qualifies each one of us. So the only way we're going to exceed inside of this holy hustle is to be our authentic selves. It's who God created us to be, allowed us to be, and what we are called and working to be. Even though we have times of clarity when we understand who and whose we are, we still so often get in the way. So the first step to this marketing thing, as far as what I want to talk about today, is get over yourself. Yeah, I found that sometimes when we are so concerned about being too much and trying to be so humble, we're thinking about, oh, if I put that out there, people are going to think this about me, or they think that I think so much of myself. But you know what? When we do that, we're actually making it about ourselves, and we've become self-centered. This whole thing, this thing we've been called to do, is about Jesus. There are absolute perks and benefits that come with this calling, things we benefit from, but it is ultimately not about us. It's about Jesus and how we are going to share him with those he's entrusted to us. So we can't sit back in the shadows where he's not visible. I've found that the root of most of our problems is fear. Fear is a useful tool. It can motivate us to do what we need to do, or it can stop us from doing what we need to do. It can be a useful tool, but it is not holy. 2 Timothy 1:7 says, "For God has not given us a spirit of fear and timidity, but of power, love, and self-discipline." So God understands when we struggle with fear, but it is not something that comes from him. There's a fear that not many of us talk about. It's the fear of success. This fear actually has a name. It's called achievemophobia. It is a very real social phobia. Where does it stem from? Well, childhood experiences, perfectionism, introversion, backlash avoidance, or cancel culture, negative feedback. I realized at some point that I've dealt with this type of fear. Our calling to share Jesus comes with a lot of responsibility. And honestly, I struggled with that. Maybe you can identify with this. I've learned in the past that it is in my best interest to be obedient. So I've been that. I've said yes to all the opportunities I believe God put in front of me, whether they were comfortable or not. But living in disobedience is more uncomfortable to me than almost anything. But I've also learned that though I've been obedient, I haven't completely surrendered. I've learned that all who surrender are obedient, but not all who are obedient are surrendered. This is a recent discovery for me, so I'm still in the midst of change. You see, I was saying yes to all the things, but I wasn't making sure I sought out opportunities. I wasn't marketing myself to let people know that I was available to share this good news, or I had written a source to share the good news. It was a cop-out. Because I could just say, well, God didn't put that in my lap, so that must not be what he has for me. I would secretly hope that I wouldn't get any phone calls to do something I would have to be obedient to. I didn't necessarily think I was being disobedient, but it wasn't obedience, and certainly not surrender. Maybe some of you can identify with that. Maybe I'm alone, but I doubt it. And then another excuse would be, well, I'm not qualified for that. I'm not who they think I am. Imposter syndrome at its best. Well, we've got to know that God does not always call the qualified. He qualifies the called. And it's important to get to the place where we believe that we can indeed do all things through Christ who gives us strength. I have another confession. Even concerning this conference, I shared about it, but I didn't even let anyone know I was one of the keynotes. Why? Full transparency here. Because somewhere inside of me, I didn't think I was worthy of that. I didn't want to hype it up and then not live up to the hype. Or what if I was really good and then I can't do it again? I didn't even realize this until yesterday when I was continuing to work on what I was going to share with you today. It's a constant struggle. So if you're holding back, it's important to understand why and work through it so you can do all God's called you to do. 1 Corinthians 7:17 says, "Nevertheless, each person should live as a believer in whatever situation the Lord has assigned to them, just as God has called them. This is the rule I lay down in the churches." So let's live out our individual callings. So how do we do this where it doesn't feel contrived? How do we put this message out there without feeling like we're being manipulative? Because it can feel that way. The easiest way for me and for most of us to do this is through authenticity. And in today's world of AI, influencers, the celebrity culture in the church, it's important to project who we truly are in Christ. And that comes through authenticity. Why is it important to be authentic in marketing? Well, when you share yourself in ways that feel relatable and real to your target audience, you will gain followers, readers, and customers. Today, we are inundated with messages from everywhere. We've got social media and TV, politics, movies, and even church. With the sheer amount of marketing and advertising out there, people have learned to tune out messages they can't relate to. So it's important to stay authentic in how you relate. You will stand out to the audience God puts in front of you because you are the only you on this planet. There's an audience who needs you, your gifts, and all that you are specifically. There's an audience who wants and needs to hear what you have to say. And maybe those are the ones who can't relate to me at all. And there's an audience who will listen to me, but just not vibe with you. That's okay. There are 7.8 billion people on this earth, and they need every one of us. Are you thinking, yeah, but I'm only speaking to people in the US? You don't know that. Don't limit God. People today are highly distrustful distrustful of the messages Christians are putting out in the world. Many are just waiting to catch us in an untruth. But when we show up as our true selves and share who our Jesus is to us, we don't have to fear a misstep. And most people can smell deceitful marketing from a mile away. The CEO of a brand measurement and consumer insights company says, with all the fake news out there today, consumers are getting more discerning than ever and have less patience for anyone who is stretching the truth or trying to deceive them. Anyone who has ever told a lie knows how difficult it can be to follow through on that lie and maintain false appearances. So we can make this thing easier on ourselves and just live and share in truth. Another thing, know who you are in your story. Part of being authentic means promoting your values, which I hope are God's values. To do that successfully, you need to identify who you are inside of the message God has given you and use it to guide your marketing efforts. The best way to get your message across is to tell the story of Jesus in your life and do it in a genuine way. You can share Bible verses and catchy phrases and memes all day long, and that is a part of marketing. I mean, you've got to catch their eyes and hearts to give it a second look, right? But if you aren't sharing the truth about what it means in your life, you will ultimately lose people. You may appear to be authentic in your godliness, but people will eventually see that there's nothing to back it up. You can't fake authenticity, at least not for long. Once you've gotten clear on who you are, your purpose and your story, it will be easier to share with others. And another aspect of sharing is to be open about your struggles. If you're able to share your challenges openly and honestly, you'll set yourself apart from so many who keep things hush-hush. I'll give you an example. A few years ago, I shared an issue I was dealing with through a writing piece called The White Supremacist in Me. It was one of the most difficult things I have ever written in my life. I shared some truths that did not paint a picture of perfection, but the level of discomfort I felt sharing it was outweighed by the transformation possibilities God could use it for. I won't go into all I shared today, but you can find that writing in the She Writes for Him Black Voices of Wisdom book that Athena showed earlier. Being transparent is the ultimate display of authenticity. Allowing people to see you, your struggles, and how God has worked through all of it, even if you're still in the middle of it, encourages people to stick with you, wanting to know more about how you get through this life. We all want practical application. Now, I'd like to place a warning here. You must pray for discernment in what and how much you share. All of your business is not for everyone. Do not use social media or whatever writing outlet you use to vent, gossip, or solicit sympathy. Transparency does not mean sharing all your business or someone else's under the guise of spiritual application. There is a way to share what you've learned without bleeding all over your audience. When you do that, they may question your motives. Authentic marketing builds trust. Establishing and maintaining trust is essential in the marketing process. People today are cynical when it comes to consuming marketing messages, even if it's through a 15-second TikTok, reel, or microblog. By being authentic, your audience will be receptive to your genuine identity and voice. This gives you an opportunity to lay a firm foundation of trust. As much as I can, I try to share my humanness with my audience. For example, one day I was at home and I needed lip balm. I looked around and I found what I thought was an EOS brand container of lip balm. You know, that cute little round container. I opened it up and proceeded to put it on my lips, and very quickly realized it was not lip balm, but a travel-sized container of deodorant. I could not believe I had done that. Well, I could believe it because I'm full of mishap stories. But I also know that I'm not the only human who does things like that. But not everyone knows that. So I felt it was something I needed to share. And I did, along with all the other ways I'm a mess. This was one of my most well-received posts. I can't tell you how many people thanked me for sharing my real life. What I also did was explain that those things about me do not disqualify me from doing God's work. I explained that the only reason I'm able to be such a mess and still a mouthpiece for him is because of Jesus. That is the truth for me. That is the truth for you. And that is the truth for our audience. The truth is that it's important that they trust you because ultimately you are leading them to Jesus. And at first, you may be the only Jesus someone will see. We've seen through various forms of church hurt that if people can't trust us as Christians, they often mistrust and walk away from the one whose name we carry. We cannot forget that our main goal is to lead people to him, and it needs to be in such a way that they truly comprehend that anything we are able to do or withstand is only through him. Keep the focus on Jesus because we know that humans fail us every day, even those of us who are trying our best. But the Savior never will. Authentic marketing promotes a better understanding of your target audience, so make your audience a priority. The more authentic, which includes being vulnerable, you are, the more you will get to know who your audience is and what they need, because you will hear from them. Then you can narrow down your focus of expertise. Then you will know to whom you are marketing and how to do that. If we don't have our priorities straight and we put our popularity, celebrity-seeking selves above our audience, then we end up looking down at them. And that positioning makes us seem inauthentic and untrustworthy. People can tell. In your marketing, your audience is always who you should be considering. Your message is the tool that enables them to achieve the results for life they are seeking. By soliciting feedback from people, you can gain a far better understanding of your target audience. Ask questions and invite them into the conversation. In turn, a better understanding of that audience will allow you to reach out to them more effectively using an authentic approach. This can do wonders when it comes to building trust, developing connections, and gaining followers, which we remember is ultimately leading them to be followers of Christ. This is a human relationship, so your marketing efforts will only deepen as you get to know each other. Also, don't sugarcoat everything. It might say, by the way, in your program, don't sugarcoating everything, which leads to my next point. Perfection is out. Authenticity is in. Why your marketing initiative should position you in a good light, presenting yourself as the perfect Christian who has all of the answers, conveys inauthenticity. Remember Romans 3:23, for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. Not one of us is perfect, and people inherently know this. So acting as if we are could easily prevent people from being able to relate to us. Truthfully, many of us are afraid to show our struggles because we often do want to portray an image of perfection. But showing the ups and downs of our real lives helps people not feel alone. And that's where Jesus shows up and does his thing. Now, here's something I've always struggled with: branding. But authentic marketing drives branding efforts. I don't have colors or designs or any regular anything that we're learning that we should have, other than bringing all that I am. I believe the right things will reveal themselves to me, but for now, I have to use what God has put in my wheelhouse and take it from there. For me, my branding will reveal itself. I can't get caught up in who I'm not and continue to struggle and put something out there that's not authentic. And I can't expect to be where Shannon Popkin is or Erica Wiggenhorn. We so often compare ourselves to people like that. That being said, few marketing approaches are better at establishing brand awareness and solidifying brand loyalty, which is who we are, as the authentic marketing approach. As we talked about before, maintaining a lie is difficult. If your branding is in line with who you are and not only who you think people will like, then it will be much easier to follow through and stay true to the brand you have presented. If your brand image is a genuine reflection of who you are, that will resonate with your target audience. So make sure that your content and messaging are consistent and reflective of who you and your God is. Let your unique voice permeate every aspect of your marketing. You know, even the word marketing makes me feel a little anxiety because I love for things to happen organically and without much effort. But we do have to give some effort here. But when you stay true to who you are, it's so much easier. Through every social media post or blog, we are marketing ourselves. Maybe you're marketing a book of fiction. People still want to know who's behind that writing. And if they identify and connect with you, they will buy just about anything you have to sell. Finally, take a stand for the love of Jesus. Do not engage in discussions of politics and controversial subjects publicly. People do not need to know what political party you are for or all the things you are against. That's almost never a good marketing strategy. You most definitely isolate large groups of people. Now, if your book is about such things and you have a God-given gift to discuss these topics publicly without causing chaos and creating division, then go for it. But what they should know is that you are for Jesus and the love he has for each one of us. The Holy Spirit is powerful, and our God is big enough to reach difficult people without us trying to do his job. If we're writing or speaking to use our platform to turn people in the direction we think is best, we might as well quit because we've lost focus of why we're here. And I am constantly reminded of Exodus 14:14. The Lord himself will fight for you. Just remain calm. He's got it. Also, remember that our main goal is to lead others to Jesus by sharing who he is and what he's done in our real lives. Brene Brown says that authenticity is not something we have or don't have. It's a practice, a conscious choice of how we want to live. Authenticity is a collection of choices that we have to make every day. It's about the choice to show up and be real, the choice to be honest, the choice to let our true selves be seen. And that's the truth. When we live out our lives authentically, we give others permission to do the same. We give them courage and strength to keep going because they saw that we did it too. They should see how God has worked in our lives and through our stories. They need to know our love of Jesus and his love for us. The pressure is off. Be all God has created you to be. Lead them to the source, and he will do the rest.
So good, my friend.
Wow. I love that.
There's so many things. Like I kept saying, okay, I'm going to talk about this. Oh, wait, no, I'm going to talk about this. No, I want to talk about this.
We will never succeed at being what God called someone else to be. Boom. Girl.
Yeah.
But that's what we try and do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
so good.
Well, and just pointing it all to the end. How can we authentically show Jesus when we're not being authentic with ourselves?
Mm-hmm.
And Christina, I think that actually the three of us on this screen are all products of really just allowing God to take our journey where we have started and know that this is what he's called us to do,
Mm-hmm.
and just let the pieces fall in place. We didn't try
Right.
to do all the things. We're just
Right.
like, oh, it's the next thing in front of me. Here's what I need to do now.
Yes. Yeah. That's all we can do. Some people are out there they can do everything. They follow the recipe, boom, 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 and they got it. But we're not all made that way, and that's okay. And we've got to be okay with that.
Yeah, for
Be
sure.
who God created you to be.
So, Christina, when you did start this journey, which I was part of the beginning, and we've been friends for a couple years now and just kind of watched you through it. What really was one of the things that was challenging? Because so Christina does microblogging every single day. And she's very authentic in her microblogging. Like you can get to know exactly who she is. So I didn't want to forget to say that. But what was the most challenging when you first started, Mark?
It was to not compare myself with the people out there who are doing it so well, because we look at, it's a world of influencers and numbers and everything, and just to not get caught up in that. I would wake up every day and look at my numbers, how many likes, how many comments. And I realized I cannot do that. That's not what I'm doing this for. I can't be like those other people. I don't have enough energy. It takes enough energy to be me. I don't have enough energy to try to be anyone else. So just all I could do is be who I am and see what God does with it, because he's got the plan. I don't have the map. I don't have the puzzle box with the picture on it. I just have little pieces. And so I think getting over myself is what was the hardest thing. And I still, like I said today, I still have to go back and remember who I am, what God's called me to do, and put myself out there. I can't sit in the shadows.
So good. So good. Well,
you're gonna say
thank
something?
you, Christina. I thought I was watching Athena. It's so hard when you're not in the same place to know, you can't just tap her and go, your turn. But thank you for being with us, Christina. We love you so much. And
so
the message you
here.
shared is a great kickoff for our morning as we go into all the training that we have. So thank you.
Great. Love you.
Thanks,
guys.
my friend. Mwah. All right. So are we going to take a break?
We are. We're going to take a 5-minute break. So there'll be a timer that'll pop up. And when we come back, Athena is going to introduce our first speaker this morning, our first instructor, and it is Edie Melson. And I'm just going to tell you, she is such a dear, and she knows so many things about all the things that we're talking about really taking the hustle and making it holy. But she's going to give some new tips. She has a new workshop that she worked at, and I'm excited to hear what she's going to teach on. So anything?
Be back in 5 minutes.
All right, 5 minutes. We'll be back.
Well, I am so excited to introduce Edie Melson to you this morning. She is one of my all-time favorite people. She is a woman of faith with ink-stained fingers, learning about God through the lens of her camera. And boy, can she take some incredible sunrise photos. Oh my goodness. So you need to follow her. Her blog, The Right Conversation, reaches thousands, and it has been on the Writer's Digest top 101 sites for writers since 2017. As a social media expert, she's worked with clients from authors and speakers to business and ministry leaders. Her best-selling ebook on the subject with co-author Diane Mills is Social Media for Today's Writer. Definite resource. She is the director of the Blue Ridge Mountains Christian Writers Conference and board member of the Advanced Writers and Speakers Association. And she is going to share today, we're so excited about this new topic that she's teaching on, doing social media today effectively and safely. Edie, welcome to Roar.
Thank you. I am so excited to be here, and I'm excited about looking at social media through the eyes of not only being safe ourselves, but by protecting our audience.
So good. Well, I am going to turn the digital stage over to you, my friend. It's so good to see your face.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's jump right in. I think they've got my slides for me. There's the first one. I'm going to ask you to go ahead and turn to the second one, because I don't know about you, but I am, especially after COVID, sick and tired of social media in some ways. I am tired of all the changes. I am tired at the push for numbers, and I am especially tired of all the drama. But I'm here to tell you that we can do social media effectively without having to get caught up in any of these traps that exhausts each of us so much. Go ahead and turn the next one. I think the important part of this is changing our perspective. We need to change our approach to social media, and we need to look at it as a way to serve our audience. Long time ago, God was very clear with me that social media is not something I do to sell something, not myself, not my product, not my books, nothing. Social media is what He has given me to serve my audience, to prove that He's at work, and to show God's love to a world that is just broken beyond belief. So this is my core Bible verse. Every time I sit down to do social media, I try to do it through this lens and through this filter. Do nothing out of selfish ambition or vain conceit, but in humility, consider others better than myself. And I just think that when we look at social media as a way to minister to a hurting world, to show God's love, to share His truth, then our whole priorities change. If you'll turn the next slide, please. Because if we serve on focusing and serving others, then what we're going to find is that our goals change. Because no longer are we looking at, I have to have 500 followers to have this. What we're looking at is, did I serve someone today? Did I let God speak through me today? And let me tell you, folks, those are doable goals for social media. I don't care if you have 1 follower or 1 million. You can always accomplish this. And what a blessing it is to finally find something about social media that we can do right. So the next thing is how we measure success would change. Instead of saying, oh, I got 100 followers today, it would be, how many people did I affect? Because I've got to tell you, I stopped chasing the numbers a long time ago. And a lot of people will say, well, you don't have to chase the numbers. Look at your numbers. The fact is, I got this way because of this change of in the way that I look at social media. And so now the only number that I am concerned about is the number 1. First and foremost, I serve one amazing God, and He is the one who gives me the confidence and the confirmation that what I'm doing fits with His priorities and His plan. So when I'm looking for any of those things, I'm not looking to my numbers. I'm not looking to men. I am looking to God for that. The second thing is, God sends people to each of us one at a time. I need to realize that whether I have 10 followers or 10,000 followers, they're coming to me as individuals. And I need to quit lumping them together. None of us like to be part of a big statistic. We want to be known for ourselves. And the people who follow us feel that way as well. And when we begin to know them as individuals, then the relationships begin to blossom. We have opportunities to speak God's truth as well as His love. And we have opportunities to share the things that He has shared with us. Because until we give first, our audience is going to be very reluctant when we ask them to give. My whole idea behind social media is give before I ask. I want to be known as someone who is valuable because I add to the lives of my followers in a positive way. I just don't want to be the one who brings on more noise. Plus, when I'm looking at the individuals, I am more likely to make wise decisions about what I share on social media and how I act technically, like safe and unsafe practices, which we'll go into later. But I'm more focused on that because my actions and whether or not my accounts get cloned or hacked, or whether or not I click on a phishing link or a spam link, that is going to trickle down and affect my followers. So I have a responsibility to protect them as well as myself. All right, next slide, please. I think it's really important to understand in this new paradigm of post-COVID that we need to think about the new tools. One of the things that we used to be told as authors was that we needed to have such an incredibly tight brand that we even had images that we would have made for us that had our brand colors in them or had the look we wanted. And these were slick, polished images, and they were beautiful. They were absolutely beautiful, but they are not authentic. And our audience is tired of slick. They're tired of fake. It's just like what Christine reminded us of in her amazing keynote. People want people who are transparent and who are authentic. So we need to do away with just using polished images. Now, I'm not saying there's never a place for them because I still use them. But for example, if you're going to share your Bible study this morning or what God said to you in your quiet time, don't pull a slick image from one of these image sites. Instead, open up your Bible and show people what it looks like. I'm not saying that we have to be involved in each of these images. I am not a fan of the selfies. I'm really not. I share them occasionally, but they're hard for me. But people love to see what's going on in our lives and what is really happening. So we want to share images that tie us together, that show that we live real life, just like the people who are reading what we're sharing. We want to be transparent and we want to share connection points. So everything I'm going to be teaching from here on out, think about it from the idea that we're not trying to promote ourselves. We're not even trying to promote God. What we're trying to do is serve our audience and let God work through us. All right, next slide. We want to think about what our audience is looking for. They are looking for hope, not hype. The world is starved for hope. They're looking for value and not empty promises. This was another thing that Christine touched on, is the fact that our audience is really skeptical. They are looking for us to mess up and they're looking for the lie instead of being able to relax and assume that they're telling the truth. We know we have done our job and let God work through us when our audience has trust in us, because that's so important. They're also looking for sincere connection, not false friendship. We may have 5,000 friends on Facebook, but a lot of those aren't real connections. So what we need to do is we need to focus on building real connections. All right, next slide, please. Here's a little bit of the technical stuff. One of the things that I talk about when I coach people or when I teach classes is the fact that we have to act differently on each platform, meaning the culture is different. For example, a post will last longer and be viable longer, meaning it will be seen longer or shorter depending on the platform. This chart is the half-life of social media platforms. In other words, if nobody retweets something, at the end of 18 minutes, your post will essentially go into never land. Nobody will see it again, okay, on Twitter. So Twitter is the shortest one. Facebook is really short too. Your post will only last 30 minutes unless somebody engages with it. Now, when somebody engages with the post, then that clock starts over. So if somebody shares your Facebook post, then you get another 30 minutes. So that's another reason why engagement is so important on Facebook. Next, we have Instagram, which lasts for 19 hours. LinkedIn is 24 hours. It's a little bit longer. YouTube is great. It's 6 days. And then Pinterest is the dark horse, the one that not everybody realizes. Pinterest, your pin remains viable and shows up in people's news feeds for up to 4 months. So as we're looking at this, we need to look at, number one, where is God opening doors for us? Where is he providing a place where our connection works well? For me, I connect really well with people on Twitter. I know it's known as X. I just like the bird. I can't help it. I'm having trouble saying the right name of that. I miss Twitter. But anyway, on X, I do really well. I get lots of conversations there. And I do well on Facebook. So those are the places that God has kind of opened the door for me to engage on. Some people do really well on Instagram. I know Christine, I love following Christine on Instagram. Some people do great on LinkedIn. So while we want to have a presence on all of these major social media networks, we only need to work about 2 at a time. And so you need to figure out where your audience is, where your engagement rate works well, and then those are the ones you want to concentrate on. So, and the answer will be different for everybody. All right, the next slide, please. And one of the ways we want to do this is through building an online library. A lot of times people will get up and they'll go, okay, I'm going to do it. I'm going to share something on social media today. If it kills me, I'm going to get something out there. And they think, okay, I'm going to share a devotion. And so they start Googling devotions or encouraging devotions. And 2 hours later, they're still looking for a devotion to share. That is not an efficient way to do social media. Also, it's not helpful to our audience because a lot of times we don't have time to vet the places that we are sharing. So what I'm suggesting is that you turn this upside down, that you spend the next couple of weeks to a month building a catalog of sites that you can visit regularly that share some of the things that you're interested, some of the things that your audience is interested in, and that you know has really legitimate and good, solid values that line up with yours. I call this building an online library because that way, when I get up in the morning and I'm ready to share something, I already have a list of places that I can visit that I know are going to have good content that fits in with the messages that I want to share about. So how do you figure out what those messages are that you want to share about? I recommend that you come up with 4 branding streams. Some people call them topics. I just like the word branding streams. And these are things that you're going to share about regularly on social media. For me, my 4 branding streams are social media and writing, everything to do with writing in the first one. And that one is also what I'm blogging about. One of these streams needs to be what you're blogging about. The second one is going to be spiritual inspiration. The books I write, who I am, is sharing spiritual encouragement and spiritual inspiration. The third category I'm going to share about is going to be creativity. My Soul Care series talks about how to connect with God through creativity. And then the fourth category that I'm going to share about is photography. I love to take pictures, but more than that, I love to share how to take good pictures yourself, particularly with your cell phone. I'm a huge fan of use the camera you have. And we all have a pretty amazing camera now with our cell phones. So those are my 4 categories. And what I do with those is they make up about 80 to 90% of what I share on social media. And what this does is it gives people an overall idea of what they can expect when they follow Edie Melson. It also gives me a way to figure out what exactly to share on a given day. Now, I don't always share all 4 of those categories every day. What I do is I look for good content within those branding streams. So once I have my branding streams, then what I do is I recommend that you follow approximately 50 sites across all 4, not 50 in each, but 50 across all 4. So you could follow social media, hashtags, or people. You could follow blogs. You could follow websites. I follow guideposts, Focus on the Family. I follow Athena's blog and her newsletter. So you want to pick out 50 people across the board. And the reason you want that many is because not everybody is going to post something that you want to share every day. And not everybody posts every day. So this gives you options. But you also want to go through and you want to look at the character of the sites that you're sharing from. Now, I do share some things from secular writing sites like Writer Unboxed. They give good, solid information about writing. But I have to be careful and I have to read each post to make sure there's no offensive language or something that I disagree with in the post. But then I follow sites like, I love to follow anything that Bob Hostetler does. He has a prayer blog. He also writes for the Steve Lobby Agency. I know that if Bob shares something, I don't even have to read it. I can just skim it and know that it's going to have the quality and the biblical foundation that I want to share to my audience. So all of this feeds into, number 1, serving our audience, and number 2, protecting our audience, which I think is part of our responsibility. If God is going to call us to be leaders, and I hate to tell you, if you're writing a book, if you're speaking, you are leading. And so if God calls us to leadership, just like his priests in the Old Testament, he also expects us to educate and to protect the people that he is bringing to us. So I'm excited to go further into this in our workshop, but this is what I got.
Well, Edie, it's good to just to hear just a fresh perspective on social media and all of the things. Like I love what you talked about with the timestamps for each of the different platforms, because I always thought it was, first of all, a lot less. But knowing that it actually stays around a little bit more just encourages my heart a little bit, that I'm not putting it out there and it's gone in 7 seconds and then like whatever. But I have a question for you on that, and perhaps you can answer. So oftentimes when I post something, it'll go away and I won't see posts. And then all of a sudden somebody goes in and likes it or comments on it and resurrects it. So is it the same time frame for something that's kind of been resurrected once it gets action again?
Once it gets action again, that clock starts over again. But the fact is, the algorithm, particularly on Facebook, will sometimes show posts, depending on their popularity, to people later on. There are people who can see a popular post of mine 7 days after I post it. And that'll be the first time, because what Facebook does is when you post something and they show it, it shows to a specific audience. And if that is popular, then Facebook goes back and goes, oh, this is popular. We're going to show it to a bigger audience. And then they'll continue to do that until the audience quits growing. So that's why things show up out of sync with when they were posted.
Got it. And so that's why also when you post something and it does start getting interaction, like the more interaction it gets, the more exposure it gets. And so it's like, wow, this post like went crazy where this post did nothing, right?
Yep. It's a snowball effect.
So also then sorry, you're going to be my own personal social media Q&A person. So when you post something on Instagram, because I'm more of an Instagram person, but it all goes to Facebook, does it have the same traction when you post on Instagram and it just feeds into Facebook, or is it better to post on the actual platform?
When you're talking about Facebook and Instagram, Facebook Meta loves it when you post on one platform and send it to another. You get a little extra oomph there, or at least you get the same oomph. It's really kind of funny because for a while, about a year and a half ago, my Instagram posts were doing really well and they were shared automatically to my Facebook page and they were doing pretty good. Not badly, but pretty good. Now, when I share to Instagram, they do, but when it goes to Facebook from Instagram, they go crazy. They do fantastic. So once they hit a network, then it depends on how popular they are, how well it does to see how many people interact.
Right. And when you kind of just gave us that permission to only do 2 platforms, you know, I always think like, I want to be on Pinterest. I want to do all the Pinterest things because I love Pinterest, but I just don't know the platform. I have like 3 followers on Pinterest because I don't, you know, really work it. And so just knowing that, okay, it's okay to only have 2 platforms that we're really focusing
There's
on.
one caveat though. You
Okay.
want those 2 platforms not to be owned by the same company. Because if it's Facebook and Instagram, if you run afoul of the Facebook user guidelines or the Instagram user guidelines, Facebook will shut down both accounts. So if you're doing primarily Facebook and Instagram, you're really only doing one network. So you need a second one that is not related so that if something happens and you get put in Facebook jail, you don't lose all your social media interactions.
Right. So can you tell us which ones are owned by who so that we know?
Facebook owns Instagram, Facebook, and Threads now. So those 3 are owned by Facebook, by Meta. The others are independently owned at the moment. So we don't have to worry about that as much. Although Google owns YouTube. And so if you're having trouble with Google, your YouTube account's going to be an issue. But Google is much more broad-minded. So I don't foresee any problems with that for a long time. But Google does own YouTube, and Amazon owns Goodreads.
Oh, okay. Very interesting. So Edie, what are they going to really grasp when they come to your workshop today? So what's some takeaways they may have?
Well, the biggest thing we're going to do is we're going to do a deep dive into safety. We're going to talk about how not to get hacked, how not to get spammed, and how to decide what makes sense to keep yourself safe. I have to tell you that in all the years I've been doing this, since 2008, I have thousands and thousands and thousands of followers. And I'm saying a quick prayer to God, please continue to protect me. But so far, I have never been hacked. And the reason is there are some things that I do regularly that help minimize my risk.
Got it. Because there's all the creepy people out there that like post all the time.
They're not people. Those are AI bots.
Oh, okay.
And they're all run by spammers who want to steal your information.
Wow. Okay. Because I'm always like, delete, you're a creepy man. I do not want to see you on my Facebook.
Yes.
So,
and 1 in 10,000 that is actually a creepy person, but whether they're a creepy person or a bot who is set up to try to weasel its way in and steal your information or your friends' information, we still don't want to have anything to do with them. So I'm going to talk about that and how to do that safely and what you don't need to worry about. There's a lot of stuff out there that we worry about that really is not a big deal.
Got it. Well, Edie, I'm looking forward to your session. Actually, I'm going to eavesdrop from a distance because it'll be Heather running your session for you. But thank you so much for just everything that you gave us today and being with us. And so we'll give you a little time to pitch. You're the co-director of the Blue Ridge Mountains Christian Writers Conference. So tell our attendees a little bit about that and how they can be a part, because we're excited. Athena and I'll be there this year. Always. We love that conference. So
Yep, you can go to blueridgeconference.com. You want to subscribe to our blog, because starting the end of January, we teach people how to get ready for that conference so that they can spend their money wisely. It is always the end of May. It begins the Sunday before Memorial Day. So it's the 25th through the 30th of May this year. And we are a multidiscipline conference, meaning we have something for beginners or people who are trying to decide if this writing thing is right for them, all the way up to advanced authors who have multiple books out. We have agents, editors, publishers, industry professionals. We'll have about 60 faculty, and we can expect about a intimate group of 600. Lots of worship, lots of praise, lots of learning, and lots of fun.
Oh, so good. Well, yeah, if you have questions on Blue Ridge, you can just let Edie know and she'll answer them for you. Go to their website and a lot of the information is already there. So thank you, Edie, for being with us.
Thank you.
We look forward to seeing you this afternoon.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. So now I'm going to introduce to you our next presenter, who we met yesterday. She did our keynote, Shannon, another dear friend. We have, this community. This is why it's so important to be a part of something like this, because you get to meet people who are doing what you're doing and they become treasured friends in your life. So let me just introduce to you again, Shannon Popkin, in case you weren't here yesterday, and know all the amazing things she is doing. From platform to page to podcast mic, Shannon Popkin invites you to drink deeply on God's story and live like it's true, because it is. Shannon's books include Comparison Girl and Control Girl. Comparison Girl would go a lot with what Christina talked about this morning. You should probably get that one. And the forthcoming Shaped by God's Promises. Shannon also hosts the Live Like It's True podcast and has been featured on Revive Our Hearts, Family Life Today, the Gospel Coalition, and Proverbs 31. She is happy to be sharing life with Ken, who makes her laugh every day. Together, they have the joy of watching these three young adults become amazing people that God created them to be, her three kids. So Shannon, welcome to the platform.
Hey, it's so great to be back, Carol.
It's good to see you.
Always a joy to be with you.
Oh, so much fun. We could probably just sit here and talk for the next hour, but we have some work to do. So you're going to teach us a little bit about Instagram Reels and, that dreaded Instagram Reel, like, how do I get this up there and how do I add all the things? And so I know you're going to give us a little bit of the why on some social media things as well. So I'm going to let you take it away.
All right. Thank you. Yes, I procrastinated a bit on getting on Instagram Reels. It was like a hurdle I had to get over, but I'm there. And so hopefully I'm going to give you some whys today on why you should try out Instagram Reels as well. But let me start by talking a little bit about our influence and why in the world we would even attempt to do something that makes us feel uncomfortable or that pushes us out of our comfort zone. So when my daughter Lindsay was about 2 years old, we went and visited a pool, and there was a lifeguard on a super tall chair, and she looked up at the lifeguard and said, "Oh, that's the king, isn't it, Daddy?" We've laughed about that story now. She's 25 now. So we've laughed about that story for many years, her thinking the lifeguard was the king. But in her Bible story books, the king was always on the tall chair. And so she just made that assumption. And we were like, no, that is not the king. That is the kid up there sweating it out for $12 an hour. Lindsay actually grew up to be a lifeguard. She had a job as a lifeguard over the summer. And this was a city pool where you could drop your kids off for like $1 for the afternoon. And so, picture like 27 8 to 10-year-old boys running around she did not feel like a queen up there on her chair. She was definitely serving. And so for that reason, that's why we added a lifeguard stand on the cover of our book, Influence. My co-author, Kate Motaung, and I wrote a book called Influence, Building a platform that elevates Jesus, not me. And so we wanted to use the metaphor of, a tall thing, right? A platform is tall. It's like it's elevated. It's a way that you can be seen and heard. But as Christians, we don't want to get up on our platform with the wrong reason. I mean, we want to get this metaphor correctly. We're there to serve, right? Like kind of like a lifeguard. A lifeguard is up there ready to serve somebody who's struggling, like a struggling swimmer, or to caution somebody who needs to be reminded of the truth, right? Or it's a way that we're elevated so that we can be seen and heard, and so that we can see those that we need to serve. And so ultimately, we are on our platform to serve those who need the truth about Jesus. But there's two ways that I think we get it wrong. Okay. Two ways that we get up on our platform and we get it wrong. First of all, we're an underconfident influencer. We get up there and we're thinking like, why would I even want to do this? Like, there's so many people out there passing out, life rings, buoys, life jackets. Like, why would I want to be heard or seen? Because I don't have anything special. I don't have anything new to share. I'm just little me. Well, I mean, think about a lifeguard feeling inadequate. Getting up on her lifeguard stand, feeling like, there's other lifeguards, there's other people. No, I mean, why would we not just serve as many people as possible from our platform? Why would we not? I mean, there's such an important mission here. Why would we pass up on the opportunity? So when we're underconfident, we're thinking too much about ourselves, actually. What if a lifeguard got to save the life of one person? Like, would that be enough? Right? It's not, it's not about quantity. It's not about getting as much opportunity as possible. It's about quality. Like, we have a huge opportunity and it's worth it. So, your audience, they don't need a new thing. They need a true thing. And you have the truth. And so be encouraged. Don't be underconfident about what God has called you to do, the truth that he's calling you to share. If you need permission, you have it. It's yours. Like, I remember feeling like I needed somebody to give me permission. Was it okay that I wanted to share these things? If you need permission, you have it. If you need somebody's blessing, it's yours. It's freely yours. You have it from me, from the rest of us here at Roar. You have permission. You have every reason to be confident as you stand up on your platform. But there's another way that we get it wrong, and that's when we're overconfident, right? when we feel like, we're up here, we have every right to be here, and we're a little, too full of ourselves. Do you know what I mean? Imagine a lifeguard that's up on her lifeguard stand and she's taking selfies. She looks so cute in her life jacket and she's posting on Instagram. Well, that lifeguard would lose her job pretty quickly, don't you think? Have you seen anybody on Instagram who kind of acts like this, right? Where they're enjoying a lot of attention, where they kind of are acting like they're the queen up there on their lifeguard stand, maybe taking a little too many selfies or too much dancing on their Instagram reels. It makes you wonder, like, have they forgotten there are people out there drowning? There are people dying. There are people who are captured by the darkness, by lies, like they need the truth. And so we get it wrong when we are overconfident, and we get it wrong when we are underconfident. But there is a way to step on our platform with the right kind of balance. We're there to serve. That's what we're getting on our platform for. And that's really what will guard you from either of these, from being overconfident or underconfident. Really, it's just not about you. That's what I shared a little bit about yesterday, like getting your attention off of you. we are not on this platform to make much of ourselves, right? We're there to lift high the name of Jesus. And so when you're going onto Instagram to create your reels, I'm going to talk about creating reels in the afternoon session. But we've got to get the whys right before we even go in. And I confess, I go onto Instagram for a variety of different reasons, and not all of them are good. So we want to go on for the right reason. I mean, sometimes I go just because I'm bored. I want to be entertained. I want to entertain others. I want self-focus. Like yesterday in my keynote session, that was for me. That was from my heart. I was like so convicted over looking at the people of the who are building the Tower of Babel. I always get that wrong. Babel, right? These people wanted to make a name for themselves, and I confess that is in my heart. And so I need to have my whys right before I even set foot into the Instagram reel. Realm. I wanted to say realm, but you're doing reels in the realm, right? So I want to give you 3 simple whys behind Simple Better Instagram reels. Okay. 3 whys. Why would you go on to Instagram? Like getting your heart right before you even go there. So the first why is sort of like, why would you not? Why would you not? And the reason why you would not, or the reason why you would is because you have no fear. Fear is often the thing that keeps us from stepping out onto our platform, doesn't it? Fear. In our book Influence, we listed out a whole bunch of fears in the chapter on fear, like a whole bunch of reasons that we just kind of shrink back and don't use the influence that God has given us. So fear of being, I want you to just kind of like keep a finger tally as I list these off. Think of if these fears have ever stopped you. A fear of being misunderstood. Fear of being rejected. Maybe nobody follows you or nobody likes your posts. Fear of failure. I'm not even sure what failure would be on Instagram, but maybe, for you, there's something that you've defined as failure. Fear of focusing too much on yourself, right? Fear of getting caught up in the numbers. You just don't want to deal with that. Fear of being not popular enough. Fear of being too popular, fear of having too many people looking at you, fear of not having anything new or interesting to say, fear of silence from the audience. Like you throw it out there, you bury your soul and nobody says anything. Fear of being self-consumed, fear of just always being tied to your phone and wondering how your Instagram is doing. All of these are valid fears, but, we have to get past the fear in order to serve. I remember one time talking with a friend of mine, and her mom was with us, and she asked something about my book, and her mom just immediately changed the subject. It was like, she said, "Hey, tell me when your new book is coming out." And her mom was like, yeah, let's talk about this instead. And it happened again. And I was like, that's just interesting. Her mom does not want to talk about what I'm doing. And so I asked her later, like, is there something to that? Like your mom changing the subject? And she's like, oh yeah. I mean, she did talk about how every time she opens Instagram, you're there talking about your book. And oh my goodness, I was mortified. I was like, oh, that is really hard to hear. That's the last thing that I want to be seen or known as. But then I started to think about this woman was in her 80s. She's probably got about 25 friends and I'm one of them and the others don't post. So, I mean, sometimes, like this was disproportionate, but am I going to let a fear of being misunderstood stop me from being understood by others? Right. Look at this verse with me. Proverbs 29:25 says, "The fear of man lays a snare, but whoever trusts in the Lord is safe." Do you understand? You don't have to fear what other people think of you. It's a snare when you do. If you get caught up in that, you're caught in a trap. But you can put your hope and your trust in the Lord, and that's where you're going to be safe. Hebrews 13:16 says, we can confidently say, "The Lord is my helper. I will not fear what man can do to me." So all of those fears can be brought to the Lord. He will keep you safe. All right. So our second why for going on Instagram, I'm here to please God. Like, that's my reason. That's why I'm stepping into this place. And that's what I'm anchored to. There's this anchor of wanting to please God that keeps me from being here to please the eyes of others, to win approval from others. Look at what Galatians 1:10 says. For am I now seeking the approval of man or the approval of God? Or am I trying to please man? If I were still trying to please man, I would not be a servant of Christ. You see, you can't do both. You can't enter Instagram with a desire to please all the people and please God, because often they run contrary to each other. You know, you're going to be producing two completely opposite sets of content if you're there to please people and you're there to please God. Now, I'm not saying there's no overlap. You can serve your audience and be pleasing to them, but you have to get rid of that as your motivating factor. You are there to please the Lord, and sometimes that involves saying things that are not pleasing to people. So what does please God? If you're entering this space, Instagram, asking like, God, I want to please you. Well, first you have to realize he already is pleased with you. If you are a child of God, he already loves you. He knows you. He sees you. And you can't win his approval because you already have it. You already completely have his heart for you, not because of what you do or what you've done, but because of what Christ has done. You are safely tucked into the hands of your Lord, and nothing can snatch you from them. So you don't have to earn God's favor. But here's what we know. There are things that we can do that truly do please the Lord. God has a big desire that the whole world would know him, right? And he wants all of his glory to be spread around in every nook and cranny of his creation. And so we please him when we join him, right? When we join him in his mission to let the truth be known. And so how can I be part of this? Well, there's lots of ways to spread God's message of hope and restoration and his glory. But one of the reasons that we prioritize Instagram Reels in particular in spreading God's glory is we have the most influence in Instagram with those who are outside our follower group. So those who are just scrolling and searching. Instagram Reels in particular, as opposed to posts and stories, that is the greatest way, the greatest advantage that you have in reaching those outside your follower group. And so that we're there to please God, right? We want to share these reels, these short videos that are attention gathering to put the attention on God. All right. So the third reason that we enter our Instagram space is that we want to serve people. I want to serve people. Now, you might think, okay, I'll just serve people in other ways. I don't need to be on social media. And I mean, you certainly can, definitely. But I want you to picture this, okay? Picture there is a group, you're in maybe in a coffee shop. That's the word I'm looking for, a coffee shop. And there's a whole line of people, and they are all looking at their phones. They're all in line waiting for the coffee, scrolling on their phones, okay? And they're all, looking down, and, you are there as a purist. Like, you don't have internet on your phone. You just do ministry in person, and you're actually there to meet someone for coffee because you want to disciple her. And she just texted you and she told you she's not coming. And so you're there thinking, I have a purpose here. I'm going to share truth. And so you go across that line of people and you start gathering up their phones and say, enough already. I'm taking your phone just for a few minutes because I need to tell you some truth. I've got my Bible here. I want to share a verse with you. I mean, that's kind of silly and ridiculous, right? You wouldn't probably do that, but you might want to. And I just don't think that's the best way of stewarding our influence. However, what if you entered their space? What if you entered Instagram, entered that place where they're already scrolling, already looking for answers, and shared your verse that way? What if you shared it in an appealing way on an Instagram reel that would capture attention and potentially capture the hearts of people? Instagram has 2.35 billion people interacting with Reels every single month. The average user spends 30 minutes per day on Instagram. 30 minutes. Like, that's a lot of time. Those with less than 5,000 followers have the highest engagement percentage on Reels. So they have about 3.79% in engagement. So, I mean, if you have 1 million followers, you're not going to get 3.79%. If you have 200 followers, you might have 7 or 8 people engage with your reel. Like, that's 7 or 8 people who may have never heard the truth before. So, I mean, you actually have an advantage if you have less followers. I thought that was kind of interesting. And Instagram obtains the highest Instagram reel engagement rates for those who have less followers. Reels get 22% more interaction than standard video postings. So you have the highest advantage of being on Instagram Reels. So sharing these Reels, it's the equivalent of going where people are, of going into their space, but also inviting them into your space, opening your heart, sharing your life with them, being vulnerable, sharing how these truths have impacted you in your life as well. You remember the Jesus Revolution movie? I hope you've seen that. It is amazing. And you remember the guy, Chuck Smith, the movie opens and he's like watching his TV screen and there's this news report of all of these hippies. And he's so disgusted with the hippies, right? He's like, oh, these hippies. And then his daughter brings one of these hippies home. And so the guy, he's a preacher. He's a hippie who's a preacher and he's reaching young people. And Chuck Smith starts to realize, oh my goodness, these young people, they're searching for answers and I have the answers. And so he starts inviting them to his church, and that's uncomfortable for the other people who are in the church. But my favorite scene is where, one of the things that the people are uncomfortable with are all of the hippies are wearing no shoes. They're coming to church barefoot and they're like, their feet are so dirty. So one of my favorite scenes is Chuck Smith, and he's washing the feet of each individual hippie as they enter his as they enter his church. I think, that's such a great picture of him entering their space, but inviting them to enter his space, and it's mutual and they enjoy being there. God used that. It's a real life story of God using a man who was willing to say, I'm going to do something that's uncomfortable for me. I'm going to enter their space. I'm going to invite them to enter my space, and I'm just going to share the truth. So we can either be disgusted with all of the carnality that we see on Instagram, all of the self-focus, all of the just banal existence of mankind over on Instagram, or we can just make ourselves available and serve wherever God allows us. So here are some of the ways that we serve our audience. First of all, we share with them. Look at this verse from Romans 10. It says, how then can they call upon the one that they have not believed in? And how can they believe in the one they have not heard? And how can they hear without someone preaching to them? So we have to share truth, and we have to declare the truth too. Look at Psalm 96:3 says, declare his glory from among the nations, his marvelous deeds among all the peoples. Like, we have to just let people know who God is and what he has done. That is the way we serve them. People can get so such tunnel vision, navel gazing. Like, we need our eyes to be lifted up and remember our good creator. And so we can declare, and we can also encourage them. Think of the lifeguard on her stand, like looking at someone who's a discouraged little swimmer over there, right? Therefore, encourage one another and build one another up, just as you are doing. But exhort one another every day, as long as it is called today, that none of you may be hardened by the deceitfulness of sin. We all need encouragement, and you get to be one of the ones who goes on Instagram to give some encouragement with your Instagram reels. We also are here to warn people. Warn people. Look at Hebrews 3:13, but exhort one another every day, as long as it is called today, that none of you may be hardened by the deceitfulness of sin. There we go. I'm sorry, I read that, the encourage verse at the wrong time. And the encourage verse is 1 Thessalonians 5:11. Therefore, encourage one another and build one another up as you are doing. So, sorry, that one fits a little bit better with encouragement. They both, though, fit with encouragement and warning, don't they? So, I want to invite you to come to my workshop with these 3 purposes in mind. You know, we are there because we have no fear. On Instagram, I'm talking about, not at the class, but you can come to the class with no fear also. We enter Instagram with no fear because we want to please God and because we want to please people. And so in the little workshop today, I am going to give you 3 types of Instagram reels. You know, I'm going to give you 3 ways that you can put together a reel, and we're going to do it together. It's sort of a hands-on craft. I'm going to take the longest time with the first one, and I'm going to take you step by step how to put together an Instagram reel, and we're going to load it together, and it's going to be there. You can share it with your audience if you want. And then I'm going to give you 2 more, a little bit more advanced types of Instagram reels to share. I'm going to give you an instruction. I hope we'll be able to get through all 3, but I'm at least going to teach you how. So the first one that we're going to do is a quote reel. And so I would love for you to come to the class with a quote ready to go. You know, a quote from a book, a Bible verse, some sort of quote, maybe a quote from yourself, a message that you've given. Come with a quote ready to use. And then we're going to do a book look Instagram reel. So if you have a book or you want to share somebody else's book, this is the kind of reel that will be a great way to do that. And then a teaching reel. So we're going to share something helpful, like 3 steps to 5 ways to 4 signs that you are, you know, whatever it is. And so another thing I'd love for you to come to class with is your phone. So come with your phone and Canva ready to go on your phone. So there's a reason that I'm asking you to download the Canva app on your phone, because there are things that we're going to need Canva for on our phone and our screen. So if you could come with a quote, with your phone ready to go, with your workspace on your computer, we will put together some simple, better Instagram reels.
I love that. I've been procrastinating learning reels for
No longer,
so
Athena
long.
dear. No longer. You're gonna
No.
learn how.
No excuse. Oh, I'm excited to be part of that. But you said a couple things that just jumped out at me. They don't need a new thing. They need a true thing.
Yeah.
That is so good.
You know what? You know what the irony about that, Athena? I stole that sticky statement from another friend, you know, and it's not new to me. They don't need a new thing. They need a true thing. But it's so true, isn't it?
Yeah. And
You can
then,
steal it from me too.
really. And then we please him when we join him.
Mhm.
I love that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good. So good. And so you already, I was going to ask you what you're going to do in the class. So we're going to walk away with actually making a couple different reels.
Yeah. And I'm going to take you through the steps, and we're going to be using Canva. I don't know if I was clear on that, but Canva is, I mean, you can make Instagram reels on your phone without using Canva at all, but man, it sure is easier on Canva because you have more space to work with. You have a computer screen, you have videos that you can use from them versus your phone. You have, you know, hopefully all of your fonts and your what am I looking for? Brand image colors are there for you. It's just easy. It's an easy way to create the reels.
And so a reel, would you say normally we'll have music? Is that
yes.
Okay.
Yes, we want to use music. And this I learned from my friend Carol Tetzlaff. She was telling me that if you use trending music, you have more opportunity to be seen. So trending music is important.
Yeah.
And I'm going to show you how to find that.
Nice. Okay. Because I have always kind of got, you know, just I get stuck. Like I can't learn this. So I don't do it. But I have they're just so much more engaging when you have music and
yeah. Well, and the thing about Instagram reels is they're on the home screen. So when people are looking on their home screen on Instagram, reels are there. Stories are not there. Posts are not often there. Reels are everywhere. So as people are scrolling, looking for things, you can capture their attention. And that's what I was talking about. You're outside of your limited audience.
Right.
It's a great way to share, so Instagram Reels. And they're also videos. I don't know if we talked about that too. So Instagram Reels are videos, but they're not necessarily don't think it's anything with motion. So it can be just your text. So the first one that we're going to create, it's going to be a graphic of a quote, but we're just going to make the words move, right? And so we don't have to do a lot of effort. We just have to click a button in Canva to make the words move in really cool ways.
Nice. I am super excited, and I can tell there's some other older people like me that have been a little afraid to try and teach an old dog new tricks. So
you're not old, Athena. You're not old. But I have to say, some young people too, right? You don't have to be, you can just have this fear of, it's their space. I don't feel like I'm welcome there. It's just not true. You're welcome.
Amen. Well, I'm excited. Thank you so much, Shannon. I'm looking forward to your workshop.
Me too. Thank you.
Yay. All right. So I get to introduce one of my favorite people in the whole wide world. This woman makes me laugh out loud, I think, more than anyone I know. So I'm going to introduce to you Sarah Cormany, who you are just going to love her. She is an award-winning author and speaker and the world's most reluctant marketer. Her first solo title and devotional, Even When, Experiencing God's Presence on Difficult Days, is slated to come out in spring of 2024. We are so excited for her. A former educator, editor, and ghostwriter, Sarah now serves authors as a project manager and the head of platform coaching services for Redemption Press. And boy, do we love having her on the team. You are going to love her. This is where she draws on both the failures and successes of nurturing her own social media platform. Hear this, people, to over 18,000 followers. Woo! But when asked, her most favorite roles include being wife to Nathan, mom to Grace, Drew, Sophie, and Maddie, and a girl perfectly held by Jesus. So she is going to share the why behind resources, companion products, and good questioning techniques to engage your audience. So my friend, always good to see your face.
It's always good to see your face, and I'm so happy to be here with you guys this morning.
Yes, yes. I'm just going to give you the virtual stage and let you go for it.
Okay. Well, I have a confession that honestly, if my 20-something-year-old self, who was a speech teacher and speech coach, was sitting right next to me, she would be like, "Woman, what in the hoot are you doing? Don't you know that credibility is like one of the most important things to maintain and establish if you are going to communicate with someone?" But over the last couple of weeks, it has become abundantly clear that it is a confession that I am meant to make to you. And that confession is this: when I was approached about teaching about lead magnets, about newsletters, about companion projects or journals, my response was, I can't do this. I don't know anything about this. This is by far the weakest area of marketing that I engage in. But you know what? Something I am learning as I get closer and closer to heaven is that my first response is not always the one that my heart needs to have. And sure enough, over the next couple of days, I was reminded of my friend Eleanor, who at age 5 contracted 2 types of polio, one of which was the most deadly form. She would survive, but she would be left severely disabled. And yet, at 9 years old, she was already feeling the call of God on her life to go to the mission field. At 9. A couple years later, as a 12-year-old girl, she was sitting in her country church listening to a Chinese missionary plead with the congregation, if you feel called, there is such a need, please, even tonight, answer that call. And the only person in the audience who moved forward was that 12-year-old girl who grabbed her crutches from underneath the pew and started an adventure that would lead her to Irian Jaya to serve the Khmer people for nearly 20 years until post-polio syndrome brought her back to the United States. But the best part of this story happened several years after she came home, and one of the people who was in that congregation came to her and said, there's something I need to tell you about that night. After everything was over, one of the leaders in the church approached the missionary and apologized profusely that the only person who answered his call was a poor crippled girl who couldn't even go. And that missionary looked that church leader in the eye and said, whom the Lord calls, he will use. Whom the Lord calls, he will use. Friends, I know there are so many of you where I am and was a few weeks ago, where we feel underqualified, where we feel insecure, where we feel like we can't even go. But I invite you to join with me over the next few minutes as we talk about when God calls us to places that are scary, that are uncertain, or where we just feel like we don't know what in the hoot we're doing. God is faithful because he has called us and he will meet us in it. Anytime I get stuck in the marketing world, be it in social media or on my blog or in any place I feel God is prompting me to go, whenever I start to veer off course, whenever I start to give in to fear, I have to ask myself these 3 questions. Question number 1, who do you serve? Who do you serve? Do you serve the folks who doubted you? Do you serve your own self-doubt? Do you serve other people's expectations of you? Or do you serve the one who makes the hustle holy? The one who calls you? I love James 2:14-17. You shall walk after the Lord your God and fear him and keep his commandments and obey his voice, and you shall serve him and hold fast to him. Now notice, it does not say you shall walk after the expert on lead generation and lead magnets. It does not say that you should fear your audience. It does not say you should listen to your best friend who really is awesome at this one thing, her commandments or her voice. It prompts us back over and over and over again to the one who has called us. But friends, and this is a reminder to myself as much as it is to any one of you, that when we talk about serving others, and we talk about serving others through the marketing process, there is always a tension between obedience and service. We cannot serve if we keep our booty on the pew. We have to pick up our crutches and we have to answer the call and go down the aisle. Because if we don't, we haven't answered the calling that he has placed on our life. So who do we serve? The second question that I always have to go back to is, why do you serve? And I know so many folks have already talked about this, but honestly, y'all, this is where I get stuck the most. This is where I look at the amount of followers, or I look at the blog subscribers, or I look at the amount of books that I sell, and I get trapped into what the world says the marketing world should look like, what the process should be, and I lose the why, because the why is not sales. The why is not fame and fortune. The why comes from Matthew 5:16. In the same way, let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven. Glorify your Father in heaven. Not Sarah, not my friend so-and-so who really wants to get up on that stage. Glorify, which honestly, y'all, that has been me. I mean, don't we all love a stage? But it's not about the stage. It's not about getting up there and having people see us or praise us or applaud for us. It is for our Father in heaven. And that looks like loving the least of these. My friends, the one thing about having a really bad short-term memory is you write things and then all of a sudden it comes back to you and you're like, wow, I wrote that. Oh, okay. Well, everything is new again, and it's a beautiful thing. And so as I was preparing my latest round of edits for my upcoming book, there was a story that I came across that spoke so deeply. Isn't that the way it is? Our own writing is the one word that smacks us right up the side of the head, because you're like, Sarah, how could you forget that? But reading this little vignette of my life and my disobedience and my focus not on the why, but on everything else that the world pressures me to do was so timely. It happened one day as I was leaving the grocery store, and I got in I'm always late. I'm late for everything. It's probably a miracle that I'm even here right now at the right time. But I was very aware of the clock because I was late to pick a kid up. I had a to-do list. I was trying to get all the things done. And as I'm intentionally looking forward in my minivan, trying not to look to my right, because I can see that there is somebody in the car beside me rolling down their window and waving their hand. And friends, I fought it. I fought it for the next few minutes until God just finally got a hold of my heart and literally moved my head, because I dropped something on the ground and I had to. I was finally like, even though on the outside it appeared that I was concerned, inside I was like, I don't have time for this. But I turned my head and I rolled down my window and I saw a sweet little elderly woman who said, I don't have any gas and I can't get a hold of my son and I don't think I'm going to make it home. And friends, I am embarrassed to admit that in and of itself did not spur me to change my heart. Because even though my words said, I'll help you, my heart said, I don't have time for this. So we made our way to the gas station. And as I got out of the car and I was messing with my credit card and trying to unscrew the gas cap for her, she started to get out of her car. And that was the moment that my heart changed. Because there she was in her little house shoes and her tattered pajama pants. And she'd had an accident. And I saw in her eyes the very thing I saw just a year earlier in my grandmother's eyes as she battled through dementia. As I told her, go ahead, get in your car. I'll take care of it. It's fine. She grabbed my hand and she said, thank you for being kind to me. You were not the first person I asked. And I know there's some people in the audience right now saying, well, Sarah, that's great. You finally said yes, both heart and head. But the reality is I should have not had a heart change because my experience said my time and my compassion was worthy of her. I should have had a heart response because God says she and anyone else is worthy of my time. Don't get lost in the wrong why, because we have an opportunity to love and shine light and bring glory to our Father in heaven in the way we treat people. And if we get up on that stage and we tout love and we tout kindness and we tout Jesus, but we get off the stage and treat people differently once we're in the audience, we've missed the point. Do not believe the lie that everyone has to see you in order for God to use you. Know who you serve. Know why you serve. And then the third and final question is, how do you serve? How do you serve? Whether you're looking at a lead magnet, whether you're looking at social media and Instagram reels with Shannon, whether you're looking at any piece of the puzzle that God is calling you next to tackle, to be courageous and move forward even in your fear, that always goes back to one thing. God asks us to work within our gifting. And quite frankly, he gives us gifts to be used. I think my mama would probably say, Sarah, you were born talking out of the womb, which that might be a little over and above the actual truth, because let's be honest, I came from a long line of storytellers and we like to tell really great stories. But the one thing that did happen was, and my grandmother, my grandfather, and my dad, before they went home to Jesus, they loved to tell the story. My mom tells it's like, Mom, you've told the whole world. I think everybody knows. But she tells the story all the time that I came home from Sunday school and I was maybe like 3 or 4 years old. And all I know is it must have been an amazing prize, an amazing, maybe it was like candy or something. I brought home the Quiet Award from Sunday school. And God and his angels are snort laughing even in heaven, because I literally cannot not talk. I remember as a kid, I would literally sit on my hands because it would remind me that I needed to share with the rest of the world, especially in a class that, other people had questions, Sarah. So just calm down. So it is no surprise that even though I feel inadequate in certain areas of marketing or the writing and speaking world, that God would use the gifting that he gave me even as a young child. I would encourage you, though, because there have been seasons of my life where I have doubted even that gifting, whether that was because I just got distracted and I was looking to my right and to my left, and I thought those gifts looked really great. Like, oh, wow, they can run a marathon. I should not run. Honestly, I walk with a cane now, but even before the cane, I should not have run a marathon. It was not within my gifting. I am not singing about service, even though I have children who have lovely voices. That would not be a blessing to you. So again, my gifting, even when after a stroke, I had a difficult time getting back on stage and back in the classroom again. That's where God gave me a gifting. And I have to remember that when I decide, what am I going to do for lead generation? What am I going to do for lead magnets? What am I going to do to serve other people well? It's not going to be with singing. It's probably going to be with talking and communicating. First Peter says, I think it's from 1 Peter 4:10-11. Each of you should use whatever gift you have received to serve others as faithful stewards of God's grace in various forms. Do not be slothful in zeal. Be fervent in spirit. Serve the Lord. Serve the Lord. Do not be slothful. That is a high calling. So remember, even as we walk into my workshop on lead magnets, and we talk about how you can move forward within your gifting and within your calling, that it is about who you serve, that it is about why you serve, that it is about how you serve. Because whom the Lord calls, he will use.
Sarah, thank you. Thank you for first your transparency, because stories like that speak to our heart like none other, and allowing us to just see a piece of who you are and the beauty of what God has done in your life, because it gives us all the hope that he could possibly just do it with us. So
Thank you.
I love, you had so many quotable moments in your talk. When the Lord calls you, he will use you no matter who you are. And you kind of wrapped up with your last story is, don't believe the lie, everyone has to see you for God to use you. We live in such a world where we are out there. You know, you put yourself on social media, you send your newsletter, you're on your website, you're in your book, you're speaking on a platform. But some of the most priceless and precious moments where God uses you, no one's around.
Absolutely.
The one. So,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
so,
and I think it's, oh, go ahead.
I just so beautiful.
See, it's the talking thing. Here, I'll sit on my hands and wait for my award. Go ahead.
Your turn.
No, the older I get and the more that I watch, especially my kids, in the way they navigate the world, it's always a reminder for me that this journey is about when we get home and God says, well done. I have this feeling that all the well dones that we see on this side of eternity are nothing compared to the well dones on that side of eternity. That I think it's going to be so different, and we're going to be so struck by what he saw as important and what he saw as worthy of our time and our love and our talents. So
yeah, actually, as you were saying that, I was thinking the people that we meet in heaven that perhaps we interacted with but didn't really think about that interaction, those are going to bring us the most surprises. You know, what the woman at the gas station that, like, we never really think of her again. And yet when we get to eternity, if she is there, it's going to be, wow, God, how you used me just in that moment. And perhaps it did shape her for eternity. We will never know until eternity.
Well, and I think the other thing too is that we know what that means Like when somebody does that for us and invests in us and takes the time for us, it's invaluable. And we just forget. We, like my short-term memory, we set it aside. And a lot of times it's just easy to just leave it there. So.
Right. So good. Sarah, thank you so much for sharing, and your tell us a little bit about your workshops so they know. I know you talked a little bit about at the end, but
I didn't really talk a lot about
okay.
it. So sorry. So what we'll be doing is we're going to be talking about what a lead magnet is, what really type of lead magnet is going to best fit your personality, your season of life, your talents, and you'll be given an opportunity to figure out which lead magnet is going to be the right first step for you. You'll also be given templates, and you'll have a chance to ask questions of the girl who even doesn't know a whole hoot of a lot, but she will do her very best for you. And you should also go to Kelly's workshop. Please know he's amazing. And I'm not just saying that because he's Carol's husband. So
he's laughing in the other room. So
you're welcome.
So, well, and Sarah, I'm just going to go back to that moment. When I asked you to do this, it's asking you to do something because you are so relatable and you are just like all of us. Like we're all in this learning curve together. And so what you share is not going to be so far above that we're not going to be able to capture it. You're going to share right where we are. And I think that's important because lead magnets are not an easy thing to process, and to, all the back work of it too is even more complicated, but just putting it in perspective that anyone can do a lead magnet, right? And so we can do it well together. Awesome. Okay. So we are out of time. So we are going to take a break, 10 minutes. We're going to come back with Linda Gilden. And thank you, Sarah. She disappeared. Thank you, Sarah, for being with us today. Anyways, Linda Gilden will be here in 10 minutes, and you will be able to listen to her talk on the reluctant marketer. And we all feel that way. And so you're going to be able to capture some good insight from her in this next session. So take a break. Come back. We have lots more going on today.
All right, all right, all right. We are back from our break, and I have the privilege of introducing long time friend Linda Gilden. She is an experienced best-selling writer, speaker, award-winning editor, marketer, and writing coach, author of 35 books and 2,000 magazine articles. Linda appreciates a great story, and boy, does she know how to coach people to tell great stories. As director of the Carolina Christian Writers Conference, her pleasure is to see writers have that aha moment when it all starts to come together. Linda's experience includes co-founding the Linked Personality System, frequently presenting at national writers conferences, freelance editing, and coaching for publishing houses, including Redemption Press, and individuals, judging prestigious contests, and being a regular columnist for multiple websites and magazines. She believes writers can make a difference one word at a time. Linda Gilden is a wife, mother, and grandmother. Her greatest joy is time with her family, where their secret love note is folded potato chips. Okay, I'm going to need to understand that. Her favorite activity is floating in a pool with a good book surrounded by splashing children. And she is going to be sharing about how many authors' hearts start beating faster and they feel this sense of panic when someone mentions marketing their books or getting more speaking engagements. So these feelings are not necessary if you just know a few tricks of connecting with others if you are a reluctant marketer. So you are going to love her topic. Linda, good to see your face.
Thank you so much. It's good to be here.
Yes.
And, for some of us, personality is so important. That's where the folded potato chip thing came from, because when we eat potato chips at our house, if you find a folded one, then you get up and you go just slip it on the plate of the person that you want to say, I love you to. And when we started this years ago, they didn't do it to each other. They just piled them on my plate because I had come up with this. And then I said, no, wait a minute, this is for everybody. And so it's like if we have a meal that includes chips, everybody's running around the table all the time with these folded potato chips. So it's just a fun thing between all of our family and our kids and our grandkids. And something like that, squeezing a hand, folding a potato chip and handing it to you is just a fun thing that's special for your family.
Exactly. I love that. We may have to try that. Yes. All right, Miss Linda, I am going to give you the digital stage and welcome you to it.
Thank you so much. It's just great to be here. And one of the things I love to do is talk about marketing and the reluctant or shy marketer, because that was me at one time. And I had to learn how to market my books or market my articles. Often you see people in the grocery store and the first thing they say is, what are you working on? And if you're afraid to talk about what you're working on, how's anybody going to ever know that you're working on a special new book or something that's going to really change the world? So that is really fun to always have. What I call it is having a 30-second pitch in your back pocket. And if you have that there, you memorize it, stand in front of the mirror and look at your facial expressions and see how it looks for you when you're talking about your book. Are you looking at eye contact with the other person? Are you smiling and just telling them what your passion is? That passion will go a long way for us as reluctant marketers. So be sure to have that down pat. So when someone asks you, it's not a matter of, oh dear, what am I working on now? It's like, oh, I'll be happy to tell you, and have a 30-second, 60-second, don't go any more than that. If they want to know more, they'll ask you. So I just call it having it in your back pocket. It's always a good thing to have. I also like to have a devotional in my back pocket, because once people know that you write, when you walk in a room and a meeting is there, they say, oh, look who's here. Would you give us a 5-minute devotion or something? And so that works for me too, to have that in my back pocket. And yes, I always wear something with pockets so I can carry these things around. Not literally, of course, but where they work for me and to have them. You know, when we first write a book, we really don't think about the aftermath of that book. We write the book, get it all ready to email, say a prayer, push the send button, and that's gone. And now it's the publisher's job, right? Wrong. No, that's not right at all, because we have agreed in our proposals to help them market this book. We have shared our marketing plan with them. We have shared the places and the other people that we know that could help us market this book. And so you need to always, as you're writing, be thinking of those people. Who is it that could use this book? If it's a book on personalities, which I have several of those, you know, counselors love those. And so think about your friends who could use them in their work. And that way you can start to spread the word. You can also be thinking about people to endorse your book because they're on your team. They will help you. And if someone will agree to write an endorsement, you don't have to. So that's something good. It's always good for those of us who are a little reluctant to sort of pull back and just not want to do things that are out in the open, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Now, I have co-written a couple of books as well. And one of the things that I like to do is to choose a co-writer who has a different personality than mine and who will take their ideas and their fun personality. And while I'm at the book table, if we're doing a book signing, straightening up everything and making sure the books are where they can be seen, my co-author usually doesn't care about how the table looks. She is out around the bookstore, around wherever you're having the book signing, and she is walking and telling people about our book, because she has no qualms about walking up saying, I have a new book. Would you be interested in looking at it? And she'll hand them a book. So you don't have to do all this on your own. You are going to need help. But if you're reluctant about it, sometimes it's harder to get going with it. If you'll just get started, guess what? You'll find that it's fun. I have a great time doing it, but it's just not, in the beginning, it wasn't as fun as I wanted it to be. Excuse me. So now I have mentioned a co-author who is probably an extrovert. If you're an extrovert, you can still put some of these tactics to work when it comes to marketing your book as the shy or reluctant marketer. That's like an invitation to an extrovert to plan a party and invite all their friends, which is great. And you can do that too. You can send postcards when you're having a book signing or some kind of gathering. If you're speaking, you can send postcards to your friends and you don't even have to have a conversation. You can just get those postcards out there and they'll come in the mail. They'll invite the people that you'd like to invite to be there. And then you can move on. You can do your speaking. And most of the time, that's going to really sell a lot of books when you're speaking. And of course, here, those of you who are reluctant, it's already going through your mind. Speaking, I wasn't even thinking about speaking. I just wanted to sell these books. Well, that's part of it too. It used to be not quite so important, but nowadays it's very important that they see your passion for your subject, that they hear your heart for your message, and that they're able to take that and have the thoughts, oh, I want to take that home. I want my sister to read this book because this is a great story, or this story will minister to her because of something she's going through. So think about those kinds of things as well. You might give away a few books if you're doing your book signings and things like that. The first thing I would do if I was reluctant is when your book comes out, set up a time to have a launch party. Now, you can hire people to help you do this. You don't have to do it all by yourself. And some publishers will help you with some things, but you've still got to do your part. We're a team here, and we have got to help you learn how to market so that, because we're not going to be with you all the time, the publishers aren't going to walk around and hold your hand. So find places that you can have a good, fun launch party, a book signing as a kind of a kickoff for your book. And think of all the things that you could do there that would help people to remember your book. And I would choose a place you're familiar with. Maybe it's your church. Maybe it's your favorite bookstore. Maybe it is outdoors if it's a pretty day, and that's hard to predict around here, but maybe it's a nice outdoor party or something. Could be at a friend's house. But think about where you would be most comfortable and start there. That way you're comfortable with your situation, even if you're not as comfortable sharing your book. Now they've come to see your book if they've come to your book signing. So that's really off the table. They want to see your book. They want to look at it. They probably want to buy one. And that is very exciting. So set up a signing where you can spread the word locally, or if you are traveling somewhere, if you're going to the beach for a week with your family, or if you're going to the mountains, or if you're going to see a friend somewhere, see if you can set up a book signing in a bookstore where they are as well. Your publisher will appreciate that. You'll have a great time, and you'll have a friend with you if you have gone to see a friend. Then what you can do is you can create a blog tour. Think about the blogs that you read that are on your subject, and that will give you a place to share your passion as well. If your book is not out, a lot of these things you can do beforehand. If your book is not out yet, then you can put in your bio on the blogs you write from the soon to be released book and the title of it by your name. So people become expecting to know that your book's coming out, they want to see it. They've read your article that it is attached to, or your blog, and they can get excited over that. So take that information, put it on a blog, look and see if your book is a parenting book. There are a lot of parenting books out there. So look for those places where you can offer to write a guest blog. And I think you'll find a lot of places that you can do that you can podcast, which is a little bit harder for those of us who are reluctant, but you can do it. I know you can do it. And so look for places like that. Articles also are a wonderful way to introduce your book. Find something in your book that works as far as drawing people into your subject. It does not have to be, in fact, I would not make an article about your book. I would take that article and pick one thing out of your book. It may be the theme of your book, but it also could be you have mentioned in that book, and this works for nonfiction and fiction. It may be that in that book, you have mentioned a situation where a family deals with depression or alcoholism, divorce, any issue that people are going through today. And you could write an article on that and then use your bio to say that your book is coming out. And the more that you do this, the more that you will be established as an expert in your field. And that works very well for us as reluctant marketers, because there's nothing we'd rather do than talk about what we're excited about, right? if we have to talk at all anyway. So look for these things. And I don't think I mentioned anything except the book signing that you couldn't do in your pajamas. You don't even have to leave home. This is really good news for those of us who are reluctant. So think about the things you can do from home. You can send a press release to local newspapers. You can send them to magazines. You can send them just about anywhere, and make sure you put your contact information on it so that they can get those. It's amazing when I do some editing, especially like for contests, I can get manuscripts that have no name, no date, nothing to identify the author on them, unless they put a return address on the envelope. Don't make that mistake. All of these kinds of things are things that are basic to what we're doing, writing. And we can do them. We can remember to do them. Just get in the habit of always putting your name, unless there's a contest stipulation that you not. But the articles, the bios, all these things that go in publications, and the bigger the publication, the more people you get to notice your book. You know, you don't even realize, for instance, I had written several years ago an article for Focus on the Family, which had 1.5 million circulation at that time. Well, people usually pick up a magazine or pass it around 3 to 7 times. So already we've gotten several million people on there. Well, they called and asked me to be on the radio show, which has a listenership at that time of 22 million. So by the time you add all those touches together, that people will have heard about my book, that's a lot of marketing and very helpful. Now, it probably won't sell that many million books, but it will create interest. It will introduce people to you. They may not have heard you speak or read any of your books, but this is a great way to get your word out. You never know what may happen. And even though I don't do a lot of math, I know that's a lot of contacts there. So find places that you can send the books to or send an article to, and use those so that you can help get the word out. That word is still the number one way to sell your book, is by word of mouth. Still number one. So you want to capture those readers who are excited about your book and will help you market that book. It's so much fun when you start to figure things out like that. For instance, if you're going to the grocery store and you've got a book about elephants or something, buy yourself an elephant shirt and wear it. Or make a pin and take that pin and pin it to everything you put on. Things like that make people notice, and they make you ask. I remember a man at a conference one time, he wore a button everywhere he went. It said, "Ask me about my wife's book." I thought, man, I'm getting my husband one of those for sure. If you know someone who writes book reviews, be sure to give them a copy of your book and ask them if they would review it for you. Sometimes on Amazon, it will tell you if it's a genuine purchase or whatever. Otherwise, they know that they didn't buy the book, that perhaps you gave it to them. But that's not as big a thing as getting that review up there. The reviews are very important, that we get a number of them up there. And if this person that you asked to write the review has a book coming out, you can return the favor later. Virtual meetings are another good way, because you've got the opportunity to go to book clubs. I could go to a book club in California, just like I'm doing with you, talking from where I am in South Carolina to wherever you are in other parts of the state, of the nation. So think about things that you could offer to do like that. People love it when an author shows up at a book club, even though it's virtually. They love to be able to ask questions. They love to know who wrote a book like this? If they liked it or didn't like it, they want to know the author. So you could visit groups like that all over the country. And just by creating a postcard and going through the back of the Christian Market Guide and writing to the person in charge of the groups and asking them if they'd like for their group to read your book, and you would be glad to set up a conversation or speak to the group one day. Another thing you can do in your pajamas, which is a lot of times important to some of us, because that's what I write best in. If I put on my clothes, it's all over, because it's like I feel like I have to go out or do something else. And once I take off my writing outfit, then it becomes a different day at my house. But another thing you could do is to put your name and your book and your signature on the email. At the bottom, you can put things after your name. That's what's called a signature. And there's a place on your email you can do that, and it'll pop up there on everything you send. So that's a good way as well. Now, you don't want a list of 30 or 40 books up there. Pick out the most recent, or the most, the one that's selling the best maybe, or the one that's the most timely. If you've written a book about everyday occurrences or the end times or things that people are really, really interested in right now, put that one up there for a while. And then you can change them out anytime you want to. So that works as well. You just need to remember, though, whatever your approach is, you are an author, but you're going to be a marketer as well. You're going to be your own publicist in many ways. And even if you are reluctant, you can smile at someone, say a few words about your passion, maybe just your passion for writing. Maybe they don't know about your book. Maybe they want to know about why you love to write. But take all of those things and take the opportunity to get to know folks, to network with people. And that's why conferences are so valuable, because we are networking with people and learning. I usually take, when I get somebody's card, if they have a specialty, I usually write it on the back, because I may need a rocket scientist someday in one of my books, or I may need a medical doctor, or I may need something that I haven't thought about using as a character, and I have it on the cards on the back, and that lets me know that I do have a resource to help. So if you are reluctant, remember that smile means a lot, and use your book to share Jesus with the world, because that's what we're doing.
Linda, so good. So many incredible ideas that make marketing for those people that really don't want to leave and have to interact in a personal, one-on-one way with people out in the real world, to be able to really do some stuff just sitting in their pajamas. I loved how you said that. So thank you for everything you shared with us today. And I love several of your ideas about having that 30-second pitch. So important. Actually, Mary Snyder is going to talk about messaging, and she's up next. And so that's going to be part of her deal as well, even though it's 30 minutes. But you can take a 30-second from the 30-minute, right? And then also just, you talked about how your book, when it gets published, that's not the end. It's actually kind of the beginning of the whole thing, right?
That's right.
So Linda, what are they going to do today in your workshop when they come this afternoon?
We're going to take some time to brainstorm with each other. And people really don't realize how effective that is when you say one sentence from your book, or tell us what the theme of your book is, and then let people in our little group help you brainstorm ways. For instance, if you've got a horse in your book, you might ride your horse through town, or if you have a horse, or, that kind of thing that you may not have thought about. And sometimes you forget that you have great resources. My best resource really a lot of times is to take my grandchildren with me to book signings. I mean, who can resist a 5-year-old with a big old bow in her hair walking around Chrissy like this with her grandmother's book in her hand? I mean, you can't resist that. They're so cute. And so we're going to think about some other things like that as well that we can do to help each other. I've been in a mastermind group, and we've ended up combining even we agreed with each other to combine our friends on Facebook. So instead of my own several thousand friends, I have added all that together. And I said, in my marketing plan, I say, I have 35,000 friends that I can send this to now, because I have everybody's in the group. So, those kinds of things, we're going to talk about those, but we're also going to help each other. Now, I know that there's some people out there going, oh, surely she's not going to make me talk. You don't have to talk if you want to just listen. And if you haven't written your book yet, it's okay. You need this information for later. And there's a lot of it you can be doing now. You can establish yourself in the field that you are writing in, especially nonfiction works well that way.
Yeah, so good. Well, we'll make sure you see Linda in her workshop this afternoon. And Linda, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you, Carol. My pleasure.
So good to see you. All right. Well, see you this afternoon. And now I have the privilege of introducing to you Mary R. Snyder. Mary is a passionate and dynamic speaker dedicated to inspiring the next generation of change makers. She possesses an engaging storytelling ability that captivates her audiences and helps them unlock their potential for greatness. As a coach, Mary knows what it takes to get speakers booked, enabling them to share their message with the world. Mary's enthusiasm for helping others succeed is simply contagious. Welcome, Mary Snyder. Mary, it is so good to see you, my friend. And we are glad you are on the digital stage with us, sharing with the Roar Conference. Are you there?
Hi.
Hello.
Hi there. For some reason, I cannot hear Carol. So if you can hear me, just put a thumbs up. Perfect. All right. So Carol, I'm sure you said lovely things about me. Sarah Cormany, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I enjoyed your session. Now, what are we talking about? We're talking about the message of your book. You've written this book, or maybe you haven't written it yet. Maybe you're thinking about it. But here's the thing. You have a book in your heart. If not, you probably wouldn't be here. And you know that you have this message. You've lived this experience. So how do we take this book, for all of you who have written it, or those who are working on it? You're working out that chapters, and hey, heads up, I may be working on one too. So prayers and thoughts and prayers are appreciated. But how do you take a book that may encompass years of your life or a variety of what you've gone through, and pages and thousands of words, and compile it and condense it and bring it in and create a 30-minute message or even a 40-minute message? I'm just going to tell you, if anybody tells you they want you to speak for an hour, they're not being truthful. Don't do that. But how do you do this? Well, let's start with some simple tips. What's the overarching theme of what God has done in your life? Because that is typically what the book is about. Even when your book is a memoir, I hope I said memoir right, y'all. That's one of those words. It really looks different. It just does. MEMOIR, memoir, but memoir. Even if it's a memoir, what's the overarching theme? Maybe God has taught you there is joy in hardship. Maybe God has taught you to live life to the fullest. I think of Sarah Cormany. when and Sarah, I'm probably just destroying that second name, but give me grace. Thank you. But maybe it is finding joy in hard places. Maybe it's overcoming. Maybe it's overcoming a autopilot faith. That was mine. Oh, somebody told me the original. It's a French origin word. It's memoir. Probably means memories or something lovely like that. That is in French. So what is the overarching theme of the entirety of your book? Now, I want you to think about that. And then, who needs this book? Who is going to read the title and maybe the subtitle and a little 30-second, I heard that earlier, a little 30-second persuasive pitch about your book and say, oh, that's me. I need that book. Who is she? Did you catch the singular? Now, I know the desire of your heart is to sell more than one book. I feel like it is very much the desire of Redemption Press that you sell more than one book, and they're going to enable you to do that, and they're going to support you to do that. But you write it for one person, and here's why. Because it's a conversation. When you step onto a stage, a platform, be it this platform or a platform that is in a live setting or a platform that is you and maybe you're recording instead of live like I am right now, whatever that platform is, when you are sharing the message of your book, it's a conversation. It's just your turn to talk. Have you ever sat down at coffee and you pick up your cup and your girlfriend's sitting across from you and you say, tell me what's going on? And she says, well, you're going to need to buckle up and probably get another cup because I got a lot to share. And she proceeds to pour out over the next 30 minutes with your occasional interjection of, oh my, ooh, oh, I know that's hard. That is what speaking is. And that is when you step on the stage to share the message of your book. It's the conversation you're having. So who are you having that conversation with? That one person. And the reason I say one person is because it makes it very personal. It's just like how you and I are talking right now. We're having a conversation. It's just my turn to talk. Now, I will watch that chat because I love feedback and I love hearing from you. And hello and to everyone who said they enjoyed my podcast. I enjoy doing it. I have some fun episodes coming up. So who is this book for? I want you to think about that. And then why does she need this book? Why does she need this? Now, the answer may very well be, it's for me 10 years ago, and I needed it because I know how much God will be there to walk me through this. You see, oftentimes we are speaking to ourselves 10 years ago. When I started the podcast, Take the Stage, who was I talking to? Me, 20 plus years ago. I keep saying 20 plus, y'all, it's 25. I just need to own that. It's 25. I was talking to myself because I know what I needed, what I was looking for, what I desired. I needed somebody to walk me through. What does it mean to be a speaker? What is a one sheet? I didn't know. How do I write a contract? How do I even step onto the stage? What's the first thing? Because you know what I found? There was no education on how to be a speaker, because if there had been, I would have gone to that class. I would have gotten that degree. So guess what? There's very likely no degree around what God has brought you through. And because God is sovereign and he loves us, he is going to take what you walk through and he is going to allow you to walk with her. Now, you may not ever know it this side of heaven. And somebody mentioned earlier, because all the great speakers are running together in my head, about what we will hear when we get to heaven, the people that we will meet. I think it was Shannon Popkin talking about influence. And hey, Debbie, I own that 25 years, girl. I hold on to that. I just hit 60, and I'm very proud of that, because if I had not hit 60, I wouldn't be here talking to you. So I'm proud of that. And because God is still using me. And you know what? He's going to be using me as long as I have breath in my lungs. And he's doing the same for you, because you have a message, a book, a word to share. So why does she need this book? I want you to really unpack that, because that's going to help you as you craft this message. Now, the goal of a message when you are a book author is to let them know enough. You want to feed them, but you don't want to overfeed them. Okay? You don't want to fill them up, but you want to give them enough, a good taste. If you're a person who loves a baking show or anything like that, you don't want to give them the whole meal. You want to give them a good strong appetizer and maybe just a little bowl of soup, because the whole meal is in the book. And you want them to come back to that table at the end of that message, and you want them to say, I need more of what you have. I need more of what you have. Okay, y'all, I'm just going to be honest. I am highly distracted by the chat. So, but I love it, and I'm going to go over there and look at it in a second. So let's recap, because I'm super practical. If you've been around me, you know I'm very practical, and this is very much what the workshop is going to be. We are going to roll up our proverbial, because I don't have any sleeves on today. We're going to roll up our sleeves, and we are going to get to work together. We are going to look at your overarching theme of your book. What is God saying? Who are you called to serve? What is the message that God's given you? What scripture are you using? And we are going to dive into that. And we're going to start crafting your message. Because here's what I do know. All of you who are like, oh, but I'm not a speaker. You see, I'm writing a book. Well, guess what? You're going to need to tell people about that book, whether it's in a 30-second message or a 30-minute message. You are going to tell the world. And what are you going to say when a local church who fell in love with your book calls you up and says, hey, we just read your book, Julie, and we love it. Will you come speak to our women? You're not going to say no, because God opened a door. I mean, come on, the Lord kicked that one open for you, sister. And also, you want to go out there and share what God has done in your life with the world. So that means you are going to craft this incredible message, and that's what we're going to do today. And it will captivate people. Not so much, not that you're going to give away the whole book, but you're going to give away enough. And here's the thing, because if they can't purchase the book, or maybe they don't purchase the book, you're still going to have great content that will help them move the needle. Because you wrote this book because of something God put on your heart. It was never about you. It was always about her or him, for all my gentlemen friends. Or you may be called to speak to both men and women. I'm called to women, and that's just who I minister to. It's who I work with. But you may be called to both. Whomever you're called to serve, that one person, you're going to step into that relationship with them through this message first, and then hopefully they pick that book up. But even if they don't, that message is going to live in their heart. And the reason it is because you're going to create an incredibly captivating, compelling message with an amazing sticky statement. We'll talk about that today too, that will live and breathe in them. I talk about this. I want to ask you a question. I want you right now just to think, just close your eyes for 1 second. I want you to think about not only the messages you heard today, because those are just, they were so good, but I want you to think about in the last 6 months. Let's say you went to an event and you heard a speaker. Do you remember what she talked about? Can you tell me in 1 or 2 sentences? Now that's a yes or no. Most of the time the answer is no. Because while they may have made me feel good, it didn't leave enough for me to remember. That's what we do with a sticky statement, is we stick that message. I want you to think of a gymnast, and let's think of Mary Lou Retton, because she is in the hospital. And y'all, I'm old enough to remember when she won in the 70s. So let's think of Mary Lou Retton, Simone Biles, and I want you to think of her running and tumbling. And she's tumbling and tumbling. And then she goes up and does about 2 or 3 flips, and she comes down and she sticks that landing. Just boom. She doesn't bounce. That's what you're going to do with a sticky statement. You are going to stick in the hearts of the people who hear it. I tell this story quite often, so if you've heard it, forgive me. But about 15 or more years ago, I was at an event and the speaker spoke a message, and she talked about how God is doing a work in our lives. And she referenced the statue, the David. And she said that when asked, the sculptor, Michelangelo, said he was always in there. I just had to chisel him out. You see, he saw the statue of David in that block of marble. And God sees my potential. Sometimes he's just chiseling it out. And to this day, when I'm going through something tough, I'll go, let God chisel. Let God chisel. And I'm reminded of a message from over 15 years ago that reminded me that God is always at work in the good and in the not so good, when things don't feel great. So that's what we're going to do today in your workshop that I hope you come to, is we're going to work on just the basic elements of what goes in that incredible message of your book, because I want to see you sharing that message in stages and places all across this country, starting around your home church and going out and out and out in virtual places like this, in person, at coffee shops, whether you're just doing a 30-second of the 30-minute message. When someone says, hey, Tracy, so you're an author. Tell me about what you do. And Tracy says, I help women, ... I help them overcome. I help them find joy so that they can walk in the fullness of who they are in Christ. That's what it means to craft the message of your book. It's taking what God's given you, the totality of that, the thousands of words of that, and crafting it down to what is God doing with it. So I hope to see you at my workshop, at my workshop this afternoon.
Woo! Can you hear me? You can't hear me. Okay. So I will just say that you will love Mary Snyder, and getting your 30-minute pitch and speech and mastering the sticky statement. Now you can hear me?
Now I can hear you.
Woo! All right.
I had to change some things. I had some settings messed up, so I'm good now.
All right. So here's what I want to ask you, because you didn't mention this, but are you going to maybe in your workshop give a little commercial about the whole concept of, once you have that 30-minute speech that covers your book enough to make them want to buy it, setting up your own tour of different places where you're going to go speak?
Absolutely. Yep.
Yay.
I will be
Very
more
good.
than happy to talk about that. It's launching your book on tour.
launching your book on tour. Absolutely. I love that. And I love that the art of the sticky statement, that I don't think I've really grasped how important that is, but I am grasping it now. I'm a little late on the uptake, but that is powerful. So
Thank
Mary,
you.
my friend, thank you so much for being with us at Roar, and can't wait for your workshop.
All right. See you then.
All
Bye
right.
now.
So now I get to introduce Mr. Yellow Girl. And let me get it in front of me. Kelly, aka Mr. Yellow Girl, aka the business butler. Okay, I'm waiting for the butler get up, so we'll see if he's actually gonna come through with that. He supports his wife Carol and the team at Redemption Press as part of the ownership team, and he has an undeserved reputation as the bad dad joke guy from those who know him. So he tells like the kids all go, "Dad, really? Did you have to tell that joke?" I think that's what he means. So one of his favorite things to say is, if you can't laugh at yourself, then you need to get over yourself. His background includes banking, investments, and insurance, financial planning, fundraising, and planned giving. And his most important accomplishments are that he is a husband, father of 4, and a grandparent to 11. So Kelly is going to share the business end of marketing. So Kelly, nice to have you with us with your shattered knee.
My shattered knee, my crutches in the background, and I don't have a business butler thing on today, but today I'm the Hawaiian pool boy. So there you go.
Well, there you go. That's close.
And I was going to get up the comments about the bad dad joke. I do get teased about that all the time. I actually have several things on the shelf back here. Bad dad jokes, bad dad joke calendar, a book of bad dad jokes. So, don't get me started. We'll be here all week.
All right. Well, I
bing.
am going to turn over the digital stage to you, and we are excited to hear what you have to say.
Well, very cool. Thanks, Athena. I appreciate it. Just want to say hi to everybody. I've been in and out of this conference since it's been going, since I don't have a wife at the moment. Thank you, Carol, for doing all the work and having a good time. You guys are awesome, and I hope you're enjoying it. It's a lot of fun. You're getting 100 years worth of education and value out of this, so I appreciate it. So I am married to Carol. That's why I picked up the name Mr. Yellow Girl. The rest of the group at the team stuck me with this name of the business butler, so we'll go with that, whatever. But I'm talking about today, and I appreciate the time, a subject that you guys ought to be just excited and passionate about, right? Oh, as I hear crickets out there. We're talking about writing, publishing, and speaking. Is this a business? Or is it a passion? Or is it a hobby? Or why in the world should you care about this? Your passion is writing your book, telling your story, that kind of perspective. Who wants to talk about business stuff? I will tell you, you do the Dave Ramsey training, and he always talks about when you talk about budgeting. Oh, that bad word. Sorry, I used that. When he talks about budgeting, he always says that in a marriage, there is typically what he calls one person that's the nerd, the one that wants to keep the checkbook and register and balance stuff. And then there's the other one that is a little less interested in all that kind of stuff. Well, in my marriage to Carol, I'm the nerd guy. She's the butterfly that has a good time. So just little personal, too much information for you today. So why should you care? Next slide, please. Why should you care? As we go through here, I just want to say, as you see this first slide, the material that you got will have blanks on it. The blanks are to be filled in with the words that are highlighted yellow and all capitals. So just as you go along, You can follow, you can write, you can take notes, you can just listen if you want to my magnanimous voice and presentation. But if you want to do that, for those of you that have that gift of following along, there you go. So for anyone who writes or speaks or has the desire to, it is first a passion. I know that. I've a couple of years in doing this with Carol and being on a couple of these conferences. You guys, as especially as Christ followers, but all writers and speakers, it is a passion. It is a something you want to do. You have a story, you have a reason, you have a focus, and it's really what you want to do is tell your story through writing and publishing, either in a book or in speaking. And it's not only a passion for those of us that follow Jesus, it is a God-given passion. It's a calling. It's a gift. And because it is a God-given passion, a calling, the gift, I believe, and I would submit to you that it's a responsibility of yours and an obligation to respond to the call that God has given you to write or to speak and to tell your story. And as my good friend Christina Custudio said earlier, it's not about you, get over yourself. It's about his work, his purpose, and his glory. And I do believe it's a responsibility and an obligation. Matthew 25, verse 30. Remember the parable of the talents? What was that about? It was about using the gifts and the blessings that God has given you, not for your riches, but for his glory. So remember that parable. That's the basis of that. So the question becomes, why should you care about or consider your writing and speaking journey from a business perspective and all the pieces that are involved in there? Well, let me give you a quick review or overview, and it's just a snippet. It's a 40,000 foot overview of this idea from a biblical perspective. Deuteronomy 10 verses 12 through 13 say, "Oh, and now, O Israel, what does the Lord your God ask you but to fear?" That's fear as in respect, as in worship, as in awe, as in he is holy, I am not. To fear the Lord your God, to walk in all of his ways, to love him, to serve the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul, and to observe the Lord's command and decrees that I am giving you today for your own good. What a great verse. Think about that. That's the life purpose that we have. And God gives us those guidelines, those rules, our gifts, our passions for our own good to give back to his glory. 1 Peter 4:11. If anyone speaks, he should do it as speaking the very words of God. Think about that application to your writing and speaking. As you're telling your story, as you're speaking from a stage, as you're writing your book, as you're living your life, we're to live our lives, we're to speak our words as if we are speaking the very words of God. Goes on, the verse goes on. If anyone serves, he should do it with the strength of God that he provides, so that in all things God may be praised through Jesus Christ. Your writing, your speaking, your business acumen and setting up how you live your life, how you do your speaking, how you do your writing, should all be directed to give the glory to God through Jesus Christ. 1 Corinthians 14:40 then also says, but everything should be done in a fitting and orderly fashion or an orderly way. You know, the last biblical reference I'll point out, you know, if you haven't read the book of Proverbs lately, good golly, there's a whole book that you could spend the rest of your life taking out wisdom, taking out business advice, taking out smarts, how to live your life of management principles based out of the book of Proverbs. Fantastic, fantastic book. And then the last, I want to give you just a couple of examples. Abraham, or Abram, was a great business manager. If you look back at the story of Abraham, he was a business manager. Job, obviously, Job, we think about Job and all the travail that he went through. But if you remember, Job had great wealth, and he had to be a good business manager to gain that wealth and to handle it. Joseph, my personal favorite. Joseph was an individual that had great business acumen, discipline, ethics, wise preparation, planning, and management, all characteristics of a business manager, and why we should consider our writing and our speaking from this perspective. And of course, who can forget Daniel in Babylon? He was such a great manager, he ended up running the place. What a deal, in a pretty hostile environment. So second, here's some reasons I just want to share with you today on why you might and should consider and think about and practice business management as you set up your speaking and writing business and journey and travel that journey. Number one, I completely and fully believe that God has gifted you with the passion and your abilities to write, to get published, to speak. And in that, I fully believe that you have the obligation to be obedient. You know, God, those verses we looked at just a minute ago, those weren't suggestions. Typically, when God gives us some direction, he doesn't say, Kelly, if you wake up this morning and you feel like doing this, go do it. He typically tells us, I gave you this gift, I gave you this passion, I gave you this interest, go do something with it. Do it as unto the Lord. It's an obligation. I also believe, number two, that God can and will and wants to help you do greater things for his glory. One of this is, I'm a great believer in the truth that Jesus said he came so that we could have life and have life more abundantly. Often that's misapplied and misinterpreted into a financial statement that we can have big bank accounts. That might be an outcome of doing some of this work, but that's not what it means. He talks about us having life and having life more abundantly because of the fulfillment of Christ in our lives. It also means that our lives don't have to be limited because we're afraid to write, we're afraid to speak, we don't want to get out of our comfort zone. I believe that God wants to help us get out of our comfort zone and do more and greater things, again, not to my glory, but to God's glory. Number three, ask yourself, I encourage you to ask yourself, is this a lifelong journey? Is writing a lifelong journey? Is speaking a lifelong journey? Is the message and the passion that God has given you, is it a lifelong journey, or is it just a flash in the pan? I would submit to you that God doesn't expect you to be a flash in the pan or your life to be a flash in the pan, but he has given you the passion, the strength, the wisdom, the knowledge, even the experiences, good and bad, for a greater purpose. And that's first, of course, is to give him the glory and to give him the honor and to worship him, but also for you to live life and have it more abundantly. Okay, number four. How serious are you about your writing or speaking or sharing your message? A business attitude, I'll just use that as a big cumulative phrase. Your business attitude will help you to focus, to have discipline, to fulfilling your purpose and staying within the legal requirements and the guidelines and the boundaries that are out there. It's important for you to set up and be on purpose rather than be by accident. And by accident also doesn't bring glory to God in the work that you do. It also potentially can get you in some hot water from a business and a life perspective. So I encourage you, it's an important piece, is to have a business attitude and take your writing and speaking seriously. God didn't want you to do this if you weren't serious about it. He wouldn't give you the passion. Number 5, last and certainly not least, but do you wish to be rewarded for your work? Do you wish to be rewarded financially? I encourage you, getting rewarded for the work you do is not a bad thing. In fact, I encourage you, my opinion is you should want to be rewarded. That is, you deserve to be supported for your efforts, unless you have just a lot of money and you want to throw it away. And if that's the case, text me afterwards and I'll send you my bank account. But it's okay to go out for the work that you do and that you put in to be rewarded financially. Newsflash, the more you make, the more you can give to God's work too, if you hadn't thought about that yet. So it's an important piece to take a look at this as more than just, oh, I got an itch I need to scratch, and to go out and write a book or start speaking. God has given you a message, a passion, a purpose to answer his call. And answering the call includes doing it in a manner, as God has pointed out, decently and in order, so that you can present a better witness, a good witness to those that be watching you. As you do all these things, we've talked, this conference has been about marketing and the holy hustle. This isn't about a hustle just to get the dollars, as was talked about earlier. It's putting, I think as Sarah Cormier put in it, said, it's about holiness making the hustle holy so that God gets the glory. If you aren't following good business practices, or even inadvertently by accident ignoring laws and guidelines and expectations that our society that we live in expect you to follow, that puts a dark shadow on your message. So that's why you should consider and look at the efficiencies in following the guidelines of business, good business practices, and being within the boundaries, so that there's nothing that gets in the way of your message and your work and your hope that's out there. So I know that this question will be coming up. I'm just at the end of my, let's see, I had my clock here trying to time to make sure I stayed within my message. But we'll be looking at in a workshop today. And Sarah, thank you so much. Oh, see, my dear wife comes in to make sure I stay on schedule.
There we are. I thought you were going to share, so I wasn't quite ready. So,
well,
nice
I knew
job.
you were going to, that was your question you were going to ask. So I was trying to, as in they do in show business, stretch the
That's right.
comments a little bit there.
There you go. Well, thank you for sharing. I am very blessed as a wife to have you as my husband, because you do handle all the things business in our life, and I don't have to think of it, but it is something that is super important, and I recognize that as well. So for those of you who don't have someone like Gilly in your life, it is really beneficial for you to know the business of books and speaking. When you were talking about at the end how we are to, not be so self-conscious of actually getting money and having that be one of the focuses that we have, because honestly, like we can't live without it, number one. And even when Jesus sent out the 72 to go and share the message of hope that he was bringing to the world, he says to them, if you walk into a house and they give you entrance and they give you peace and they feed you and they take care of you, stay there. And he even says to them, because a man is worthy of his hire. How does he actually say it? He says, the blessing's going to come back to them if they take care of you and if they provide for you. Don't move around from home to home. Stay in one place, eating and drinking what they provide. Don't be hesitant to accept hospitality, because those who work deserve their pay. And when we write our books, when we go and speak on a platform, we are bringing a message of hope. And when we receive payment for that, it is a blessing, first of all, for the people that are blessing us, because we are able to continue the work and continue to take the message to even a greater audience who needs to hear it.
Well, and along that line, Billy Graham is reported to have done a training or somewhere he was connected to a young lady that had a passion to go on the mission field. And she was asking him, of course, Billy Graham, how do I do this work? And she was asking about, how do I raise money to get out to the mission field? And Billy Graham is reported to have said something along the lines, I can't find this exact quote, but something along the lines of, first thing you have to do is learn how to raise money, because if you can't raise money, you will not be able to go to the mission field and accomplish God's calling. I sincerely believe, I want all you guys out here, whoever's on the call today, to know that I believe in you, your mission, your passion, and what God has called you to do. Sometimes, Christina Custudio used my line that I use is in my bio, get over yourself. Maybe I need to actually change that and soften that, try to be a little nicer. My wife is influencing me, and say, get past yourself. Too often, what is keeping us from fulfilling God's mission for us is we are standing in our own cotton picking way. Get past yourself to God's glory. Get past yourself, as Mary and Snyder and several others have talked about. Get past yourself and look at the person that God wants you to deliver that message to. And more importantly, look just beyond that person, to Jesus, who's standing there saying, come on, I got a job for you. Get with it, dude or dudette.
Yeah.
So that's my
good.
deep theological thinking.
All right. Well, thanks. Okay. So you're going to teach a workshop today, later on. And give me, I know you have 10 things, I think it is, that you're going to go over. Give me 3 of the items that you're going to talk about.
How do you handle your money once you start selling your books or getting speaking fees? What do you do with that? Do you need a business entity, a corporation, an S Corp, an LLC, a C Corp, or all the other sole proprietorship or partnership, yada, yada, yada? And finally, how do you get started? I will provide for you, and you can get a checklist of what are the steps that you need to start doing, even before your book is published or even before you step on your first stage, of what to do, and the exact steps in the order that I've listed them there will make it work so that things work smoother for you.
Very good. Well, thank you for being with us today. I'll see you in just a minute in the other room while we take
As
a
soon
little
as I
break.
walk around the corner, yeah.
So love you, and thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you, dear. I want everybody to remember she said that I'm a big plus in her life. So next time she gets mad at me because I mess up, as husbands do, I'll remind her to ask you guys about that.
He doesn't mess up.
Love you, darling. I
Love you.
I buy you flowers every week because that's
He does.
putting it in the bank.
He bought me
ahead of
flowers yesterday. All right. Well, we are going to take a short break before we go into our workshops. And I know this is so much of, even if you go to Kelly's workshop today and you get a little piece of running this book business or running your speaking business, when at the very beginning, we talked a little bit about Redemption Press University. Kelly is going to do, and we're going to bring others in as well, a whole entire module, courses, coaching, all the things that you're going to need to keep your book business or your speaking business running properly. You really need people like Kelly in your corner, because you're going to have questions like, oh, what do I do with this? Or how do I put this on my taxes? Or do I need to go to an attorney and get a trademark? Or what about all the things, copyrights, all the things that you need to know? When you start really doing this, you're going to need someone in your corner, and to have Redemption Press University is going to have that opportunity for you, because we're going to have coaching sessions bi-weekly where you can come in, and let's say one of you has a question on your book business and you want to ask that, but another person has a question on a lead magnet, or one person has like, I can't get my reel to post, or big questions like, how do I even do this? I'm so lost. I just need somebody to walk beside me. And that's what Redemption Press University is going to offer. It's more than just a bunch of courses. It is actually real people like me, like Kelly, like Athena, like Shelly, like Sarah Cormany, all of us together, coming together to help you build your book and speaking business, and do it for the right reasons, because God is calling you and He alone is worthy of the glory. So let's do it together. We'll talk more about that. But as you go into your workshops today, really grab onto that one thing that you need to do next. Don't worry about all of the things. Think through the one. And we will see you. If you want to join the workshops and you have not yet purchased the deluxe or the premier membership, you can get that. And then all of the workshops are going to be recorded so that you are able to then get the recording of the ones you missed, because honestly, I don't even know how you would choose which one to go to today. They're going to be amazing. So we will see you soon back here at 4:15 for our closing session. Lots of prizes that are going to be coming up at the end. And Athena and I are going to do the keynote. We have a panel that's going to come in and ask questions that you can ask questions to. Phenomenal ending close of Roar. And we will see you there at 4:15. Enjoy your afternoon.